It's good to see everybody here today. I'd like to welcome you all to our first SPP Summit. Glad you could make it and glad you could be a part of this event, which is a first time for our SPP Summit. So you are a part of making history right now. I just wanted to say that today you're going to hear some stories, probably around freedom, and what we hope that they will both inspire you and actually challenge you, each of you in your own way, to carry this message out to others in our province. Most of you are already aware in this room that our freedom is being eroded faster than ever before. We don't need to tell you. But I encourage you today to think about, what can I take away today to make a difference? Because every action, small through to large, actually helps to move things forward. Just before I get into the formal part of our event today, my name is Dwayne Cameron. I'm the SPP Vice President, and I wanted to take just 1 minute to honor one of our previous Freedom Patriots. His name, lots of you may already know, is known as Grizzly Patriot, Mark Friesen. He passed away this past week, but Mark has been on the Freedom long before I was. For sure I knew about Mark. And we just wanted to honor him and any of the other forerunners that have gone before him in carrying that message of freedom. I was looking around, I just wanted to spend a minute, and I actually found that Maxine Bernier made a quote with Mark Friesen's passing, and I think I'm just going to read it, and it's straight from Maxine Bernier. Mark believed in freedom and a government that serves the people rather than dominating them. Mark embodied the best of the PPC spirit, a man of integrity, resilience, and exhaustive kindness. He possessed a gift for making complex ideas profoundly human and for transforming political conviction into genuine bond and action. Mark will be missed, and we value all of the work that he did before of us. Let's just give a round of applause out to Mark in postpartum. All right, first up on our agenda, I'm going to have Brad Williams, who is our president of SPP, come up and do a few welcoming remarks. Brad.
Where's my notes, Dwayne? I'm Brad Williams, president of SPP. You're going for a real treat. We have some really great guest speakers here with us. We have Mitch, Kathy, and Cory that have traveled in from across the border, as well as we'll have Tamara for you, and we have one of our local homegrown, Jason Gordon. You're going to hear some really interesting and some really good perspectives and a lot of knowledge. So for myself, welcome, and I hope you enjoy the event. We're going to be doing a little break in the middle of around 4 o'clock for about 10-15 minutes so you can stretch your legs, grab some water, use the washroom, and then we'll get back into it. And we're going to round up the day with a round table so you can ask questions of all the people that are here that are the guests. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mitch Sylvestre. He is the CEO of APP, and I want to thank APP and Mitch and Dennis because they've been extremely helpful for us, helping us get our feet planted and giving us some guidance and some ideas on some things that we want to do right off the start. So with no further ado, Mr. Mitch Sylvestre.
All right, let's get to where we need to go here. Here we go. This is what an Alberta rally looks like after we're mad at the Premier. Can you get that going for me, Max? You know what? Maybe I could push it from there. Whatever. Okay, so this started one day in Edmonton at a meeting between me and the Premier. We're on our way to Washington to talk to the Americans that night. And I said, you have to change the gun rules because they're going to put us in jail on October 30th when the amnesty ends. I said, if we do not change that, we're going to have to call a rally. And she said, go ahead. So here we are. 3 weeks later, we had 18,000 people at the ledge. Can you turn that up, Max?
We are Alberta, strong and free. We refuse to sit by under the sun and open sky. The winds of change will blow into the future. We will go. We are the West. We are family, we are the West. We are Alberta, strong and free. Our flag flies high, proud and blue. Our hearts beat strong, loud and true. Neighbors walking hand in hand. Alberta shines across this land. We are the West. Hey! We are family. We are the West. Hey! We are Alberta, strong and free.
I can tell you what to do. I know exactly what you need to do. You need to get involved with government, and you've got to have representation inside of government. It's that simple. If you understand that, you can win. If you don't understand that, you will never win. That's it. That's where we are. That's where we are today. That's where we've been forced to go as of Thursday night, because I got some information for you that you may or may not know. The whole world is against us. And I also have some information for you that you may not know. We can win. There's no doubt in my mind, we can win. I was in Edmonton about 3 months ago. Actually, I think Brad was there that night. And a lady come up and asked me a question. She says, Mitch, what are you going to do if you lose? I said, honest to God, it's never dawned on me. It's never dawned on me that we could lose this. The only way we're going to lose this is if we let them beat us. We have, in Alberta Prosperity Project, on our mailing list, somewhere between, depending on the day, 225 to 325,000 members, people. And that started when Carney won the election. We onboarded 5,000 people an hour at that point. All right, so let's get on with this, and I'll break into little pieces of conversation that you might find interesting. But I find also interesting, as I was at the Prairie Rising Conference, somebody came up to me and says, what do you think of a Saskatchewan Prosperity Project? Can we copy your stuff? I said, absolutely, welcome to the team. And understand this, we will work with you every step of the way. We will help you to do whatever is required. If you need us to come here, we've come in, the three of us came here today to talk to you about what we've got going on over there. And I want you to understand it's doable, but I'm going to give you some bad news. It's a hell of a lot of work. And there's no other way to put it. All right, so this is my question. This is the question that I put to Elections Alberta. Do you agree? And I'm going to change it up a little bit. Do you agree that the province of Saskatchewan should cease to be a part of Canada to become an independent state? And the funniest part about this whole thing is it's really nonpartisan. So just understand this. This is the leader of the NDP in Alberta. He says, we believe in Alberta and we believe in Canadian energy and the good jobs it creates. We believe in more pipelines and reducing emissions. We believe in strong public services and a strong jobs-driven economy to help pay for them. This is what we're fighting for every day. I said, Naheed, call me. We're on the same team. Right? I couldn't have said that any better. Does anybody here disagree with any of that? That's the leader of the Communist Party in Alberta. And there's not another way to put it. I mean, he's so scared of the federal party that he says in there, he says, you know what, I don't want anything to do with those guys over there. I'm going to distance myself from that. I'm not even a member of that group, but we all know that it's a national group, right? All right, so look at this map. What do you see? You see two brothers over there. They're both the same color. They're different from everybody else. And that's what we are. We are different from everybody else. I got some really good news for you, though. Those two brothers combined would be probably the richest country in the world. And if you need some validation, Alberta, Saskatchewan, right up there, the rest of Canada are way down here, they're going to miss us. Because you know why? Because we're the producers. We're the people that make things. They're the gatekeepers. They're the people that take from us. So we're going to get into all this. We're going to talk about, when you're talking about forming a new country and breaking a country up, there has to be a real reason for it. So you have to be able to tell people that this is not fixable. So that's basically what I'm going to spend time talking about now. And I'm going to probably go through some things that many of you know already, but are very essential to the conversation so you understand the whole picture. Just a show of hands for me, please. How many of you have never been to a political meeting before? Okay, a few of you. We get, at our meetings in Alberta, we get, you know, when we're going town to town, this is a prosperity project meeting, so there would be less. But when we go town to town, we generally get 40 to 60% new people every night. All right, so this is what a country needs. A country needs unity, national security, good governance, rights and freedoms, economic prosperity and growth, and personal and community well-being. How many of those do we have in this country? Are you confident in all of that? We have a problem. The place that we grew up in is no longer the place we live in. And that's what everybody outside of our sphere of influence has to understand, that what we want is we want that back. We want democracy. We want freedom. We don't want to be afraid of government. We want our children to be able to earn a living. And a lot of that stuff started a long time ago, in the early 1900s. This has never changed. Every Canadian desires that the great trade of the prairie shall go to enrich our own people in the East, to build up the factories and workshops of Eastern Canada and contribute in every way to its prosperity. That has never changed. It's a one-way flow of income. And it's not just about the money. Understand that. The money is a big part of it. The money is all of it for the other side. Right, understand that. We can't talk about the money as being the only thing because that makes us, money-grubbing people. But they, on the other hand, stay awake all night, every night, trying to find a way to take all of the money away from us. Screw the West, we'll take the rest. So if you're in a business arrangement with somebody, which is what this confederation actually is, and what it was designed to be, is it was designed to make every province richer based on the fact that everybody could buy together, work together, and be better. This is their attitude. Screw the West, we'll take the rest. And I'll show you why they think that. Because they don't need us. Marc Lalonde said, we could not let Alberta become the center of the economic power in Canada. And my question is, why not? Why could they not let Alberta become the center of economic power in Canada? Every Canadian would have been better off. We'd have created wealth for the entire country. But they thought that, you know what, we would be better off to suppress Alberta to keep the power in the East. And this is what they've done. We have 104 MPs in the West, 239 in the East. 24 senators, these are all appointed, by the way, in the West, 81 in the East. 2 justices in the West, 7 in the East. So I'm going to ask you a question. How can we ever win a vote? Why do they not need us? Because they've rigged the system to work against us. And believe me, it is a rigged system. The longer you are in this game, the more you understand exactly how rigged it actually is. Actually, it was better before, when I was naive. And that's the way it is right there. How does that? Ontario has more seats than the entire West. So that's the elections are done by the time they get there. And here's the other thing. Alberta's screaming their heads off about everything is not being fair. And Carney comes out with his major projects. And look who hasn't got one. Everybody else has one. Right? So, and I shared this with Danielle Smith. I said, Premier, he's poking you in the eye with a stick. You're trying to do everything you can to make this work and better, and they consciously miss you. And these are bills that are harming Alberta. This is an Alberta slant to this because I want you to understand that your problems are much the same. I'm going to try and incorporate a lot of Saskatchewan stuff in it, but it's harder for me to do because I really don't understand what it's going to take for you guys to get out, but I can certainly help you do it. So when it harms Alberta's economy, it's also harming everybody's economy. I heard that the potash people actually had to go to the US to get the potash shipped out, right? That's the equivalent of the tanker ban. How is that possible? I just want to understand it. How is it possible that our government is actually sabotaging our biggest industries? Sabotage is a war word. Sabotage is the correct word. And they expect us to take that and be happy about it. When you understand that this federal government and the provincial government are actively sabotaging you and your ability to earn, and your ability for your children to earn, and your grandchildren to earn, then you will be on the right page and ready to get on with what we've got to do. $47 billion a year net goes from Alberta to Ottawa. That's net. We send them $70 billion. It costs $70 billion a year to run the province of Alberta. So we send them $47 billion more a year, and we run deficit budgets, which we're running right now. It's not going to be a deficit thanks to the Strait of Hormuz right now, and oil being $100 a barrel. They're going to make that up. And this is how it works. The net contribution to Ottawa from 2007 to 2022 is $244 billion. That's $44 to $47 billion a year. So everybody says to us, oh, in your value of freedom document, you talk about a surplus of $44 to $47 billion. Well, there it is. But that's not the most important part of that chart. Look down here. 56% decline in oil from 2000 investment from 2007 to 2022. How does that work? Nobody wants to invest here because they can't make any money. Why is that? Government, regulation, and taxation. $191 billion GDP loss from emissions caps. Laws that no other oil-producing nation in the world has to contend with. So they're consciously trying to strangle us. That's our premier telling
Ottawa
us.
overtaxing us. I mentioned that at the beginning of the evening, that we have our program costs are 70% of all tax dollars. We only collect 40%. Ottawa collects 60%, and then they use political means to transfer it. Alberta, year after year, has $20 to $25 billion that is siphoned out of our system to go to Ottawa so that it can be spent mostly in Quebec, but also in other places that vote Liberal. We have been watching this for years. $600 billion in the last 40 or 50 years that have been taken out of this province. You don't think we might be able to do a little bit more on social spending if those $20 to $25 billion stayed here? You don't think we'd be able to cut taxes a bit if those $20 to $25 billion stayed here? It is $5,000 per Albertan that every single year gets transferred out of this province for political reasons so that the Liberals can continue to spend it in places that vote Liberal.
In places that vote Liberal was a final part of that. So if you wanted to do an extension on that, it's actually $40,000 per household in Alberta that we send to Ottawa every year. That's a free house for every Albertan that would have a $3,500 a month mortgage payment, which makes it a pretty nice house. Okay? Understand this, equalization. See where Alberta and Saskatchewan are? We send $13.3 billion a year to Quebec. They are not a have-not province, right? Everybody understands that. They are not a have-not province. We voted, 65% of Albertans voted to stop this. They did nothing about it. Pierre Poilievre did nothing about it, would do nothing about it. Stephen Harper, 2 terms, did nothing about it. Why? Because they're the same damn party. I know it's hard to understand, wrap your head around it. Pierre Poilievre ran, got a seat in Alberta, and then left. He didn't want to have anything to do with this independence movement. He knows, he understands. Would Pierre Poilievre ever cancel equalization? Well, I'm going to show you why. That's every year, by the way. All right, so Saskatchewan 0, Alberta 0. Per taxpayer in Manitoba, $5,800 a year. In Ontario, only $67 a year, not so bad. Quebec gets $2,800, but look at the maritime provinces. New Brunswick, $6,500 a year per taxpayer. $5,800 in Nova Scotia. PI, $6,100. If they cancel transfer payments, how many of those people, how are they going to replace that? First of all, they would have to take it out of their pocket. And are they going to vote for the government that did it? Absolutely not. And in order to open a constitution in Canada, it's never ever happened, you need 7 out of 10 provinces to agree. So do you think that we could get 7 of those provinces to agree to stop transfer payments? Never happened. We need support in the House of Commons and Senate, which is mostly Liberal driven. Also never happened. Quebec has a veto, go figure that out. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we're not all equal, right? Alberta and Saskatchewan are the poor boys in the background that go to work every morning and literally pay all the bills. And that is why, in the immortal words of the leader of the Parti Québécois, Paul Plamondon, who I met with for 4 or 5 hours one night, we don't need them. The level of government that we do not need is the federal level. Now I didn't want to talk about Alberta pension because it's a really big deal, but they don't invest Alberta pension money in Alberta. So you understand they owe us $400 billion of our over-contribution to CPP. But they couldn't spend or would not spend any money in Alberta. So what they do instead is they take $100 billion of Canada Pension Fund, of which half of that would belong to Alberta, and they spend it in India. So what would a pipeline to the coast cost? About $30 billion. So we could build an LNG pipeline and an oil pipeline, like 4 of them with $100 billion of our own money that they don't invest in Alberta. Why? Because they want to keep our oil on the ground. They don't want us to create all that wealth. They want to hollow out the middle class, which is exactly what they're trying to do. I've hosted the Premier for 3 serious Premier's dinners. I've had her on the stage doing roundtables with her. I was with Take Back Alberta. I was initially one of the guys that fired Jason Kenney. Had a big part in that. And we worked hard to put Danielle Smith in power. We chose her, we supported her, we got her over the top. And she said that she would reward the biggest, hardest working group of people in Alberta with the Premier's dinner. She came to my town and rewarded us. So that's my history with her. And she said, and I'll never forget it, when I became Premier, I thought I could fix everything in 6 or 7 months, but everything's is broken. And you know what that means? It's too corrupt to fix. At her level, if she can't make changes and everything is broken, it means it's too corrupt to fix. Now, I don't have to show you again how rich Alberta and Saskatchewan would be. Alberta has everything, and with Saskatchewan, we would have a lot more. Let's talk about the last 10 years of Liberal government. Audit of $187 billion worth of Liberal infrastructure spending finds 20,000 missing projects. My question is, where's the money? And if you think that's a little bit of an exaggeration, this is a report from the Auditor General of Canada to Parliament in 2025 that says that we found in 54% of contracts examined that federal organizations had evidence to show that all services and deliverables were received. However, in 46% of contracts examined, we found that federal organizations had little to no evidence to support that deliverables were received. That's your money, right? 46% of federal projects, they could not find any evidence that they were built. And this is from Auditor General of Canada. Did you ever hear about that? How come we don't know that? How come that's not common knowledge? Mr. Gilbo got $254 million siphoned into his business account. This lady here, Marion G., she had a federal subsidy program that gave away more than $130 million on a promise of promoting business startups and creating jobs, and it achieved neither. They're asking her, where's the money? And then when you catch them with a Rive can, they seal it for 75 years. The judiciary. Now, let's go there. Anybody aware of what's been going on in Alberta in the court system and where we've been? We had a federal Liberal appointed judge tell us, against the Canadian Constitution, it's clearly in the Canadian Constitution that having a petition or a question does not infringe Aboriginal rights. It's in the Constitution, in writing. They took us to court on it. The Aboriginal band, Sturgeon Lake, that took us to court, has 33 people living on the reserve. And they have $197 million in the bank. And they have another $100 million coming. This chief was taking money from the Tides Foundation 15 years ago. So the Tides Foundation is the dirty oil people, the Rockefellers, those guys. The Americans are the ones that want us to keep our oil in the ground. So who appoints the judges for Alberta? 94% of the Court of Appeal is appointed by the Liberals, and 83% of the court at King's Bench. So do you remember the map, the blue and the red? They don't think like us. They are not us. And that's a big problem. We are not them either. Oh, $60 billion a year goes to Aboriginal bands. And I'm not mad at the Aboriginals. Let's just understand this. This is not about them. This is not the people. This is the chiefs. This is the province. This is the federal government getting these people to do their bidding so that they can get their way. So let's just finish off with that little court thing. We delivered 301,000 signatures to the government of Alberta with a threshold for a constitutional question to be put on the ballot was going to be 177,000. That judge just said to Albertans that 301,000, we don't care what you're thinking. We're going to break the law right in front of you and say that this is going to be the new law. Right? So when Trudeau Sr. wrote the Canadian Constitution, he allowed courts to set precedents. And when courts set precedent, it became the law. So it took the power basically away from elected officials. So my question is, Danielle Smith should be able to say to the court, nonsense. We're not going to abide by this. It's nonsense. Strike it. It says in the Canadian Constitution right there that you cannot do this. And we're the lawmakers in Alberta, not you. Are they doing that? No. And then our premier, who put in the Citizens Initiative Act that if you get 177,000 signatures, we will have a vote on Alberta independence. So we got 301,000, and she gets up and she says, you know what? We're going to wait for the judge's decision. Going to be in court for how many years on the appeal? We had 29 points of appeal on our appeal. Understand this. They're not on our side. $11 billion in overseas gender programs. Who believes that? Certainly not me. Foreign interference. Here we go. Is the greatest strategic threat facing Canada's national security, says CSIS. We had 11 federal candidates China reportedly aided. Okay, so I don't know, but I'm challenging you to go find the 5 people that crossed the floor and see if they're on that list. Just FYI. We have our first unelected majority. And how many organized crime families in Canada? 4,000 families, groups, not people, groups. How's that possible? Because we have no money laundering or racketeering laws here, basically. According to Sam Cooper, they laundered $1 trillion in the Lower Mainland. Look at our crime. This is in the past 10 years since Trudeau got in power. That's according to Stats Canada. And crime rate when the Conservatives get in, high when the Liberals are in, low here, high there. Fentanyl. Mr. Eby was going to try to put us in jail, tried to put me in jail. He said, you're a traitor because you went and talked to the Americans. I said, well, I had no power, no ability to negotiate. So we went to have a conversation on what a free and independent Alberta might look like. And the actual fact, the whole conversation was this. Can you do this? Is what the whole conversation actually was. So here's the thing. Understand this clearly. Alberta will not become the 51st state. They don't want it. We don't want it. Our people definitely don't want it. So that's not in the conversation. But what is on the table, should this happen, and we could get ourselves in a position to negotiate this, would be a free trade agreement between both places. The shortest free trade agreement in the history of the world. But here, we're talking about fentanyl, and one of the big problems with the Americans was safety on their northern border. Because we only check 1% of the cargo that comes in Port of Prince Rupert and Port of Vancouver. And as a consequence to that, 7,600 kilograms of chemical used in fentanyl production were seized in Valley View, Alberta. And these super labs are all over the place. And imagine this. Bonnie Henry says that BC is to offer smokable fentanyl as safe supply. That is them. Do you know? I didn't know this. I'm going to ask you a question. How much do you think it costs to buy illicit drugs on the street? Like one hit, like a hit of fentanyl. $3. $3. Does it seem to you like they're trying to kill our people? $3. All right, play this, Max. This is the central part of this whole conversation.
I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China. We're heartened by the leadership of President Xi Jinping and the speed with which our relationship has progressed in recent months. I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Okay, so what the hell is that? What is the New World Order? I sent the Premier a text. I said, hey, what's the New World Order? I want to know what that is. Mr. Carney doesn't tell us what the New World Order is. How come the media is not jumping all over what the New World Order is? Do you know what they're talking about? They're talking about changing our entire political system there, and nobody's saying a word about it. I'm asking, what's the New World Order? What do you think it is? I think it's 15-minute cities, you will own nothing and you will be happy. That's what they tell us. And how are we going to believe any different if they don't tell us any different? So here's the line. You're for independence or you're for the New World Order? You ask your politicians. Say, are you for Saskatchewan independence? And if you're not for Saskatchewan independence, because we don't support any of that, are you supporting that? Because we're going to go through this in Alberta here, like right now. We're going to go after the UCP. And it's not a secret, I've been screaming it all over the place. We're going to go after the UCP. And here's the reason. Because if you're not in power, if you're not talking to power, you have no power. They move the goalposts all the time. Get me 301,000 signatures and I am going to allow you to have a referendum, a constitutional question on independence. And then we give them 301,000 signatures and they said, well, you know what we're going to do on October 19th? We're going to put it out there. What does the question say, Kathy, that you're going to be allowed, you have to have a vote to see if we can do that now? Yeah. After all of that? Yeah, a referendum to have a referendum. Right? So why would they do that? You know, I'm going to tell you why. Because they know we can win. We're really close. And we haven't even started campaigning. So don't think for 1 minute that you can't win here. And here's the funny thing. You guys have way more First Nations than we have. But I'm going to share a little dirty little secret with you. The biggest demographic of support for Alberta independence is Aboriginal people. Because you know why? Because they hate Ottawa too. Okay, so let's go back down the road and see how this all started. Because this started basically with Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And Justin, he just picked up the mantle and he said here, and I'll get into a little bit of trouble with some of these slides. So just I want you to understand, I don't care. Okay? Okay. So just so you know, there is no core identity, no mainstream in Canada, and consequently that makes us the first post-national state, New World Order, 2018. Right? Do you believe that we have no national identity? I can tell you who the people of Alberta and Saskatchewan are. I know who you are. I'm married a Saskatchewan girl, so just telling you. She works harder than anybody I know, just like Albertans. That's who we are. We're proud of our work ethic. We're proud of the fact that we produce. We're proud of our communities. We're proud of what we've built here because we've built it from scratch. Our ancestors came here when there was nothing and broke the land by hand, and we're their children and grandchildren. That's who we are. And in actual fact, when they came here, they didn't even want them to stop in Ottawa because basically they thought we stunk and we were dirty. That's a true story. So they felt the same way back then as they do now. This one I get into trouble with. In 1954, there was a statute in the Criminal Code of Canada that said it was illegal for media to lie to the public. That's step one. That statute is C-180 or 181, one or the other. Okay, so it was illegal for media to lie to you. So what's the date? 1954, 9 years after the Second World War. They saw what propaganda could do. Propaganda basically started the Second World War. Propaganda got millions and millions and millions of people killed. So they said it's illegal for them to lie in Canada. However, after Trudeau passed the Freedom of Expression Act in 1992, it was challenged. And in 1992 said that it was against freedom of expression for them to have to tell the truth. Okay? So in 2019, Justin Trudeau stuck it in an omnibus, because it wasn't law, but it was a court case that was won by the other side. So in 2019, Trudeau put it in an omnibus bill and snuck it in. So now the media doesn't have to tell you the truth, right? And should institutions have freedom of expression? How does an institution need to have the rights of people? I just want to know. Should institutions, including government, be allowed to lie to the people? Well, it could cause a whole bunch of trouble That's step one, controlling the media. Step two, this is the one that they really hate. The very concept of a nation founded by European settlers is offensive to me. Old stock white Canadians are an unpleasant relic and quite frankly replaceable, and we will replace them. That's us. Right? That's us. I can't apologize for being an old stock white Canadian because, you know, I live in northeastern Alberta. I'm only 20 kilometers from the Saskatchewan border. I know one black person. I had dinner with Ezra Levant the other night, and he's the only Jew I have ever met. I know lots of Aboriginals. It's very hard for me to be prejudiced. I don't know any of them. And as a matter of fact, the black person that I know is a girl that we brought in from Jamaica, and she works for me. And there's a cute little story there. She said, Mitch, have you ever dated a black girl? I said, I don't know, Crystal. Do you remember that? I said, you're the only black person I've ever met. But I said, I'm going to tell you something. If you represent all of them, it's all good. Okay, anyways, let's move on for this. So what did Trudeau do? In 10 years, look at the difference in immigration. They basically took all the rules out of entering Canada. So why would they do that? We said they were going to replace us. This year, 1.94 million temporary foreign residents. But here's the quote. We must use migration, and this is from England, to turn the English people into a minority in England. This will allow us to undermine the identity of the native English and import a new majority that will end the very idea of England. And this is critical for globalism to take hold of England. So they're doing it on purpose. And there's the paper. Replacement migration from the United Nations. And the top 10 fastest growing cities in Canada and the USA. I know I'm going a little quick, but this takes more than an hour usually, and I got an hour. Toronto, Calgary, Montreal, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Ottawa, Vancouver. And there's a lot of cities in North America, right? 2 American cities, and then Halifax down in the middle. In the last, from 20 to 2024, Canada grew 34.6%. The total of all of those other countries combined and what they grew is 5%. The reason the slide's in here is because when Danielle first started her term as premier, she had it in her head that she wanted Alberta to be 10 million people. Do you remember that? And she got booed at the AGM, and she had to change her policy. But here's the thing. We're plugged up at 5 million. Could you imagine what it looked like at 10? But the New World Order people think that the ideal population for Canada would be 100 million. 60 plus 40 is 100. And I'm going to ask you a question. If we brought in 60 million people from anywhere in the world, would it change our politics? Well, that's the plan. That's the goal. Look at all the taxes we pay. We're taxed at the rate of 43%. Why are they doing that? They're trying to hollow out the middle class. I have 5 kids. They're all successful. They all work hard. They all earn. And they all can't believe how much money it costs to live. One of my boys is a welder, and he phoned me about a week ago, and he says, Dad, since when is $120 an hour not enough to live? And I said, well, since the last 10 years, since the Liberals got in a free and independent Alberta, I will share this with you. We will be able to cut income tax in half, save a household that's earning $165,000 a year, save them $13,000 a year in real money, and lower the corporate tax rate to the lowest in North America. It would cost us $23 billion to do it, and we'd still have 24 more. And we could also double old age pension, which would cost another $6 billion, which we would do, given the opportunity. Mr. Trudeau borrowed more money than all other previous prime ministers combined. So what does that do? Creates inflation. Inflation makes your money worth less. So, for example, if in my store, I run a sporting goods store, a box of 30-06 Corlock ammo, 5 years ago used to be $29.99, it was $29.99 forever. Since all of this, it's now $64. And you've seen it at the grocery store. That's inflation. Your money is worth less. So if you had $100,000 in the bank 10 years ago, it's only really worth 50 now. And this costs us $1 billion a month to pay the service, the interest on that. $1 billion is a brand new hospital. Every week, we pay $1 billion interest on this. I said a month, it's by the week. And instead of pumping $33 billion into something that are going to produce something, Carney puts it in bureaucrats. So they'll vote for him. This is the part, this is one of my favorite slides. Tanker ban on the West Coast. Do you know who doesn't have a tanker ban? The people that we give $13.6 billion a year to every year, Quebec. They're running these same boats right down the St. Lawrence and bringing oil, 1 million barrels a day, from Saudi and everywhere else in the world. So why are we not buying that oil from ourselves? Because they don't want to create the wealth here. They want to give the money to another country. What's that all about? They're sending it in boats to Quebec. It's not as if it's an environmental thing. Those boats burn diesel or whatever the heck they burn to get here. And they burn diesel to go back. So it's not as if it's a green thing. Here, gotta love this one. Mr. Carney and Brookfield, who owned this LNG, shipped LNG 25,000 kilometers to eastern Canada from Australia, instead of putting it in a railway car and sending it from Alberta. And production caps and prosperity. So our premier just signed an MOU with Carney for a pipeline. So do you want to know what that deal is? It's Pathways carbon sequestration thing. So they're taking carbon, sucking it out of the air, liquefying it, which costs a fortune, injecting it into the ground to increase production in non-productive wells. And it's going to cost Alberta taxpayers $50 billion. 50 billion. And it's all about the license to be able to sell your oil, is what they call that. So we need to have a license to sell our oil, but nobody else in the world needs that. And why would Mr. Trudeau turn down for LNG Germany, Japan, Poland, Greece, Taiwan, South Korea, and the Philippines? And what did he say? It's not in our business plan. Why isn't it in our business plan to sell our natural product that we usually burn off? Right? You see all those flare stacks, they're all burning natural gas. Why would we? These guys pay their bills. But it's not in our business plan. Why isn't China concerned about climate change? Because they already have a communist government. Oh, I lost you. I need backs. I'm asleep here. Okay, so that slide says that the trouble with doing these damn things is that you get fixed on them. You can go bang, 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 bang. Oh, you got to go way to the back. Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Way past this. Way past this. Keep going. Keep going. You're doing good. Keep going. Keep going. Now we're into my presentation. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, just keep going until you see the smokestacks. Away you go. Away you go. There. We're getting there. All right, coming really quick. Right there. Whoa, back up. Okay. Carbon taxes cost Canadians billions over 5 years, hurting the economy while reducing CO2 by 11.9 gigatons. China produces 11.9 gigatons every day and a half. Right? And we pay carbon tax on that. Here you go. Right there, 0.4% is Canada. That's a 6% annual increase in carbon production. Right there. And we pay carbon tax, and none of them do. And what does the carbon tax do? This last carbon tax that they're going to put on Alberta, according to the new regulations that Danielle just signed, are going to cost Albertans $6 to $10 per barrel more in production costs. $6 to $10 a barrel. All these other companies pay. They have China, we just looked into, the Americans, and we're the only one with a carbon tax. Okay, now let's follow the money. Alberta has $100 billion in debt. We produce 5.5 million barrels of oil a day. Norway has a $1.3 trillion oil fund, and they produce 2.5 million barrels of oil a day, half of what we produce. And they just hit $2 trillion. It equals $340,000 per citizen. They produce half the oil we do. Where's the money? Where's the money? And wrap your head around this. Saudi Arabia, same population as us. They produce oil, oil byproducts, and silica. We produce oil, forestry, coal, hydroelectric, natural gas, fisheries, diamonds, copper, nickel, iron ore, silver, and aluminum. We owe $2.1 trillion. They're $260 billion in debt. We pay 40% national income tax. They pay none. We pay 30% national sales tax. They pay none. They get a monthly check from the government. We do not. And they get free health care. How is that possible? Where's the money? All right, and if you just want, okay, the rankings on this I've been called on, so just understand it's on annual production, just to get the idea that we're rich. Okay, so like we're not second in nickel, we're actually fourth. So the Toronto Red Star called me on that, so I'll just let you know. And they called me on the fact that we're first in fresh water. We actually have 6 million lakes in Canada, and Russia has 2-some million, so we're first in lakes, we're first in stored water. But the Amazon, actually, because of the rain, actually has more freshwater access than us. I found that out the hard way. So we rank in Canada, top 5, let's go there. First in uranium, first in potash, second in nickel, third in oil, fifth in gold, first in fresh water. What I'm trying to tell you is we're rich. No matter how that order is, we're rich. We're already landlocked, and we're already rich. 88% of our trade goes south. All right, I'm just going to go over some of them because I'm getting out of time here. I want to go through this. Conflict of Interest Act, C-15. Why is that important? Because Mr. Carney, business, Brookfield, has somewhere around 103 conflicts of interest, apparently, and they're going to try and make it legal. It's always been against the law. Now here's the one that everybody should pay attention to, C9. C9 is a hate bill. It says the members of the group all guilty by virtue of the possession of the symbol, which, according to Mark Miller in debate, names the Bible and Torah as hate and states that there's no legitimate religious defense. It means the group could be Christians, Torah Jews, and because he said other religious texts, of course, the Quran. This enables the government to target the religious individuals part of the group, and they name the Bible. So it's against the law to read the Bible according to this. And here's the biggest problem with it, is the punishment. And this is broad on purpose. It says, may in addition to any other punishment imposed be ordered by the presiding provincial court judge or judge to be forfeited to his majesty in the right of the province in which that person is convicted for disposal. Permission to commit atrocities is what I call that. For disposal, move them out of the town, move them out of the country. It's purposely vague. All right, so 103 conflicts of interest for Mr. Carney. We have a problem. 42 contracts since becoming Prime Minister. All have been with Brookfield. Gun laws, understand this. There's a red flag on gun laws. We've been trying to get our Premier to put an Alberta gun license in. You guys have got a storage thing going on over here, from what I understand. But they're not repealing the law. The first thing they always do is take guns away from us so we can't defend our homes. What we're planning to do is train every one of our kids to become soldiers. That's in our Constitution. It's already drawn. We have people, military people, that tell us that that would be the very best thing. We're not going to fight anybody else's wars. We're going to train our kids to be soldiers, send them home with their AR, like they do in Switzerland. It'll lower the crime rate exponentially. And everybody will be a trained soldier. So like the Japanese said, we will not invade North America because there is a gun behind every blade of grass. All right, lowest GDP in the G7. How is it possible that Canada GDP in 10 years grew 1.4%? Total. Because they're trying to stop it from growing. It's very simple. Canada pledged $4.3 billion to the Ukraine at the G7. Brookfield got a contract within a couple days for $4.3 billion. All right, here we are. The end of this. Corruption is the problem. Our government is lawless. Our federal government is lawless. They move the goalposts, they manufacture the rules as they go. This is a very hard presentation to listen to. Actually, I never lost anybody here tonight. Usually I lose about half a dozen people because nobody can believe it's that bad. But it is that bad. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it. So, join your parties, join boards, get active, get on these boards, make the decisions. That's what the left has always done. They own every board, they own every party, they're there, they show up, you gotta show up. And if we do that, we can win. And that's the message. That's what it takes. Hard work. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Thank you very much, Mitch, for painting that picture and reminding us of, I know I've seen his presentation before, and I took away a few more key things and a couple of slides that I want to borrow for our town halls as well. So I thank you. I never said in the beginning, but I wanted to remind you that all of these speakers today have come and are donating their time. We're just covering their expenses to get here. So before I forget, let's give them all a round of applause. We have a very special guest for you. I don't think she needs any introduction. I'm going to let her do her own. She's been around. She's working with Rebel News. She's covering the event today. Tamara, please come to the podium, please. Let's give her a round of applause.
Guys, thank you. That always chokes me up. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys today. I was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Way back in the 1900s. And what a pleasure, obviously, to share the stage with Mitch and Kathy and Jason and Cory. Obviously, they've been all over Alberta for months and months and months, working their absolute butts off, and we're just so proud of everything that you guys have accomplished. And I'm not going to get up here and pretend to be half as smart as these guys. You've got all your information there. But what I can tell you is I feel, Cory Morgan and I and Sheila Gunn-Reid actually went out and did an independence tour in Alberta. And after I got home from that tour, I actually sort of got to thinking that maybe I was having an identity crisis. Because I was literally, before the Freedom Convoy, a part of the Maverick Party, which was a Western Independence federal party. Thank you. That we created actually from nothing. And what an amazing experience for me to be a part of with some really wonderful people. So obviously before the convoy, I was 100% on board after the 2019 election, federal election that we needed to get out. So then fast forward to 2022, of course, and our experience really brought back to me what I thought Canada was. You know, I think we had a couple of dark years there, and you know, I grew up in a lot of border towns, so I grew up, always being amazed at the patriotism that I saw happening across the border and how much the Americans revered their flag. And I always felt a little bit of jealousy, I think, or envy, because I thought they were so patriotic. And for me, the Freedom Convoy was the first time that I really felt that way about Canada. And that we heard that all across the country, we heard the word hope so many times, hope and pride. People felt proud to be a Canadian again. And so now here we are, a few years later, back talking about leaving Canada and why. I mean, I know from my own experience that every single institution that I was raised to believe was there to protect my rights, to protect my family, to give me a voice, is not there to protect me or give me a voice. I mean, I'm under house arrest, obviously. I'm still serving my sentence. Thank you to Rebel News for giving me a job so that I can be here with you today. I have to say, Ezra Levent texted me and my lawyer before we even got back to the hotel after my sentencing to say, don't worry, we'll have something for her. So I'm really blessed and honored and grateful to Rebel News for making this happen. Plus, I think it's the most ultimate troll of all time. We kind of like to poke the bear a little bit in case you haven't noticed. So anyways, as you've seen, Mitch has got an excellent presentation. I believe in democracy, and I think this country has strayed so far away from what a true democracy is. And I feel like these speakers are going across these provinces and giving us a voice back. And I've covered some of these independence events for Rebel News, and I don't want to sound silly, but there is a lot of, I find, Freedom Convoy vibes at these events. There is people that are out there seeking answers and asking tough questions, and they are feeling like there's a little bit of hope again. I can tell you I was just in Ottawa 2 weeks ago to cover the Canada Strong and Free networking event. And I hate to tell you this, but from my perspective, the air has come out of the Conservative balloon. I don't think the Conservative Party of Canada, the Liberal Party of Canada, certainly not the NDP, are not going to save you. And I think what we're going to find, well, it's already happening in Alberta. I see Pierre Poilievre is about to come out and do a big tour of staying in Canada. So that tells me that they're worried. They're worried, and we are flying right over the target. But literally, we will be the biggest threat. Leaving will be the biggest threat to the Conservative Party of Canada. Because if Alberta leaves and Saskatchewan leaves, I don't know where their base is going to really come from anymore. So, and the other thing that I think we've noticed, as you heard during the Freedom Convoy, our mainstream media and our politicians came up with all these terrible things that we were supposedly doing. And that is also happening to the freedom, or to the independence movement now. As you heard 2 weeks ago, the mainstream media, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, came out and said that the Alberta independence movement was being funded by the Russians. Yeah, it's always the Russians. So it is absolutely amazing, and I know firsthand the lengths that these people are going to go to try to smear you, to try to discredit you, to try to shame you. And they literally won't stop. But like myself and Chris and everybody else that's been persecuted by the government and the justice legal system, it's not really a justice system in Canada anymore, if you ask me, wear it like a badge of honor. We do not abide bullies in Western Canada. I was born and raised in Saskatchewan. I mean, and I think that's what I attribute a lot of the success of the Freedom Convoy to, because I was raised, to help my neighbors, and my neighbors helped me, and we looked out for each other, and we took care of one another, and that is our core identity. Justin Trudeau can take that, and stick it where the sun don't shine, because we have an identity. We absolutely have an identity, and it's something that we should be so proud of. I think Saskatchewan and Alberta both are trailblazers, and we're going to do it again with this. We're absolutely going to do it again. And I'm sure a lot of you know that our premier came out the other day, and now we've got some more hoops to jump through. However, that's how this is going to go. They're going to try to throw roadblocks in our way every single step of the way. And the most important thing is that we handle it with grace and dignity and level heads and not get emotional. That was one of the most important things to me that in my message during the Freedom Convoy, as I've always believed, the minute you become disrespectful, you lose people. And we don't have to play that way. That's how they play. And I can attest to that. I've literally went through the longest mischief trial of all time, and I'm now serving an 18-month sentence, which is unheard of, after spending almost 50 days in jail for a mischief. So, that's the other thing about, we have an opportunity now to create the country that we know that we can be. We have shackles from Ottawa basically around our feet. They're hobbling us every chance we get. And all I've seen come out of there is every opportunity they have is to demoralize us and bankrupt us. How do you get ahead in Canada today? I don't know. I don't know how you do. The more income you make, the more taxes you make. We're paying more taxes all the time. And as far as the equalization, I know you guys don't pay equalization in Saskatchewan, but, I just lost my train of thought. Are you paying equalization here? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. I thought you guys didn't pay or receive. I wasn't sure. Okay, there you go. Wow. Unbelievable. But as these fine people are going to tell you today, they'll show you what will happen if that money stays in your own province, and how we can care for each other and, become strong. There's a reason when you get on an airplane, they tell you to put your mask on first, and that's because we have to come from a place of strength, stability, a strong economy, and then we're happy to help other people. I've always said that. I don't think people mind helping other Canadians at all, but well, I know in Alberta, we certainly can't even get a thank you very much, not a nothing. As a matter of fact, they want us to shut all of our resources right in the ground, and it's incredible, except for now that they need them. Of course, you can hear the tone changing now that they're seeing the benefits of our oil and gas industry. And I guess that's one of the things that I never could understand working in the oil and gas industry. I worked in the oil and gas industry for a lot of my adult life, and I couldn't understand why we weren't flying all over the world shouting from the rooftops. We have one of the most environmentally friendly and energy efficient oil and gas industries in the entire world. Nothing to be ashamed of. I don't have too much time, so I don't want to take up too much time, but I do just also, I think Brad or somebody mentioned at the beginning, I do also just want to give my regards to Mark Friesen's family and his friends. I know Chris Barber is planning to come up on Monday for the funeral. Chris gets leisure time, so he can do that stuff. I'm only allowed out for work and things that will keep me alive. But anyways, but that said, I feel so very blessed to come out here. I can't wait to hear. Kathy is always an amazing speaker. I've got to hear Cory a few times now. Mitch has got a great presentation, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what Jason has to say. It is an absolute honor to be here with you all, and I just want to thank you all so much for inviting me. So enjoy the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Tamara. I was just reflecting as Tamara was sharing, and I'm sure lots of you in the room did, when the truckers' convoy was happening. It really did. It resurged in our spirit, that Canadian unity that had been dwindling for years. And really, I know I'm a proud Canadian, wouldn't even be talking about independence if there was a solution and a way to bring Canada back and have our rights being respected again. But we've lost that. When you start to hear the presentation, like what Mitch talked about, the reasons how we got here, They keep creating more problems, and then they have a solution. All of those things, and it's just not fixable at a federal level. And so we need to take back our own pride and our own ownership and our own provinces and independence. I'm a solutions guy. I've looked at lots of different solutions, and maybe there's some more out there that we're not aware of. I know as SPP, we're certainly open to talking about all kinds of solutions. But right now, we haven't seen a single benefit to stay in the Federation, and it's time to get Ottawa out to regain back our independence. And that's what we've realized. And so we need to keep looking at the ways to do that, the how to do that, and regain our pride back in the decisions and integrity back in our political system that's been lost. I did invite Mo. I was going to invite Mo to the presentation today, but Mo was busy painting his picket fence, if you can read between the lines. And I get it, he's a politician like anything else, and that's why I really liked partly what Mitch was saying. We need to get out and involved in those different ways because we need to be able to influence the political realms out there, because right now, he isn't saying much, although he did look pretty shocked when Carney announced the New World Order, I must admit. But he didn't come out with a press release on where he really stands with that, so we'll remain to see what happens with that. Kathy, are you ready? Yes. All right. I've never heard Kathy speak, and I got to tell you, I got to meet her for the first time last night when she came in. We had something to eat, and I'm really excited. When you look at Kathy's bio, she's really the female version of independence, and she's going to share a little bit about how she's been involved for quite a while, 7 to 9 years, speaking, sharing her journey on why freedom and independence is important. So Kathy, take it away.
Thank you. Congratulations to everybody for giving me a mic. There we go. Congratulations to all of you for coming out. This is how it starts, right here. This is how it started next door. This is how it's going to start for you. And what has been fascinating for me is learning what information to share as we go and what's important. And you might find a little bit of overlay here at the beginning between what Mitch shared and what I shared, but it's because it's important and it bears repeating. I can also tell you that I very proudly, in different circumstances, wear my Rebel News Ungovernable t-shirt unabashedly. So I suggest you all get one as well. How did we get here? We need to go look at the past. It's important because the last thing we want to do is repeat it. Our problems go way back for both of us. The people of the Northwest are allowed but a degree more control of their affairs than the serfs of Siberia. That was said by Frank Oliver, publisher of Edmonton's first newspaper in August of 1885. And I'm going to show you what he meant by the Northwest here in a second, because we're both part of this quote. And then, of course, you saw this one already. We desire, every patriotic Canadian desires, that the great trade of the prairie shall go to enrich our own people in the East, to build up the workshops and the factories in Eastern Canada, and contribute in every way to its prosperity. Commit that to memory because it will keep you going. 1904. That's where Elbows Up began, by the way. So, the Northwest Territories. We were both districts or territories of the Northwest Territories prior to 1905. In fact, we had a premier named Haltane, and he had to look after all of this chunk. And we weren't there at the time, none of us, and if you were, congratulations. But at that time, we were being advertised as the last best West. Come on up, get over here, bring the kids, bring the wife, bring everything you got. This is the land of milk and honey. We're not telling you about the snakes in the south, and we're definitely not telling you about minus friggin' cold in the north. But come here, we got it for you. And they did, predominantly from the south. People came, they came in droves, and it didn't take very long before they realized it's really hard to get things done. when your closest representatives politically are hundreds and even thousands of miles away, and there's no texting and email yet. So they sat down and said, you know what, we need some autonomy. This is just not working out. We can't get things done. You won't give us a permit. You don't show up very often. And we need some local representation. You gave us a job to do, we can't do it. We're Albertans and we live in Saskatchewan. Are you guys Saskies? Is that cool? Okay, I didn't want to offend anybody. So we're Albertans and we're Saskies. Of course we get stuff done. So they threw down a whole bunch of ideas on the table, and one rose to the top. Let's take what we know today as Alberta and Saskatchewan and create the province of Buffalo, one big province. Well, of course, Premier Haultain thought this was brilliant because look at how much territory he was now not going to have to be responsible for. And so Haultain said, yeah, absolutely, let's do that. And he took this idea to Ottawa, where all great ideas go to die. And they said, no. Are you kidding me? The amount of people that are coming up, if we do that, the balance of power could shift. We know how this Westminster system works. So they took a ruler, a pencil, and eraser, they redrew the lines, and they created Alberta and Saskatchewan. That, in a nutshell, is how you and I came to be. That is how it happened. This is how it started. Ontario and Quebec, Upper and Lower Canada, they had their squabbles, they finally figured it out, and then they said, hey, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, do you want to join us? Here's what we got for you. They had a little talk back and forth, some negotiations, and they finally said, yeah, okay, we can do that. Then they went over to the other side. Little postage stamp of Manitoba. Kind of still angry about the whole Louis Riel thing, but would you like to join us? We think we got something here. And look at how small Manitoba was at the time. Manitoba said, yeah, you know what, we can do that. Next, it was British Columbia, because those Yankees were coming up the coast there too. They wanted to connect with the Yukon. They said, oh, no, you don't. If we build a railroad and kill a bunch of Chinese that we're never going to talk about again, will you join us? And BC said, yes, absolutely. By the way, we want this, 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 and this. Okay, you got it. Newfoundland, 1949, they were the holdouts, had a referendum to join Confederation. That referendum passed and they became a province in 1949. Alberta and Saskatchewan colonized. There were no negotiations. There was nobody at the table. We did not, neither of us even had a legislature. Neither of us ever even had an election. We were each appointed our first premiers, who were Liberals. This is what our country looks like today. These are the Senate seats. These were part of the negotiations. You can see from east to west, west to east, this is how many Senate seats each province has. These numbers don't change. These stay stagnant all the way through. When you look at those numbers, it's not hard to recognize it's a little heavier on one side of the country than it is on the other, isn't it? It's also important to remember that these seats, they are appointed. We do not elect them, and the only way you get rid of a senator is if they retire at the ripe old age of 75, do something really dumb, which the bar is getting lower and lower all the time, so that's never going to happen, or if they just die. It's a good gig if you can get it. We've got the Senate seats, and we've got the seats in Parliament. These black numbers on the, whoop, back up. These black numbers down here, these are our MPs. We vote these guys in. These are the ones that are supposed to represent us in Ottawa. You look at that map and it's exactly like the one Mitch showed you. It's much heavier on one side than on the other. But we're told this is representation by population, right? Isn't that what we're told? Suck it up. Do something about your population. Okay, let's check that out. Prince Edward Island, 45,000 people per senator. Newfoundland, 91,000 people per senator. Quebec, 377,000 per senator. Saskatchewan, 211,000 people per senator. And you want to know why we're particularly cranky? That's our number. But maybe it's better on the other side. Let's look at the members of Parliament. Prince Edward Island, same number. I'm going to tell you why in a second. Newfoundland, pretty close to the same number, 78,000. Quebec, 116,000. Saskatchewan, 90,428 people per MP. And of course, Alberta's a little crankier than you because we're at 132,000. Does that look to you like representation by population? No. So when someone comes at you with this argument, you tell them they're full of crap. It's not true. Not only were we colonized, we don't even have equal representation in a Westminster system that we're supposed to be honored to be a part of. So how come these numbers over here are so close to the same? Prince Edward Island has got 4 senators and 4 MPs, 10 and 10, 10 and 11, 6 and 7. Well, that's because there's this cool little senatorial clause that they decided to bring in some years ago that states no matter what your population does, you can never have fewer MPs than senators, which means in application, Prince Edward Island could have 8 adults, all Canadian citizens living on that little adults. 4 of them could be MPs, 4 of them could be senators, and the world would be just fine. That is how our stupid Constitution is written. I wish I was making this up. 1905, there's the milch cow. Here's an updated version. Nothing has changed. The more things change, the more they stay the same. This government system, I would posit to you, is by design. People say it's broken. It's not broken. It's working exactly like it's supposed to. It's a political problem, which means it's going to require a political solution. Which means, of course, like Mitch was talking about, to open up that Constitution, right? Well, to open up the Constitution, we need 7 premiers representing 50% of the population to agree to open up that Constitution. What? 7 I think we could have 2. Scott Moe will probably do it. Danielle better do it. So we need 5 more. Who's the other 5? Not going to happen. Something that people don't often consider is what if the other provinces did agree to open up that Constitution and they made it worse? We don't have the numbers to fight that. It makes no sense to even bother going down that road. None at all. So that's a little bit of a history for you with regards to how we got to where we are today as the 2 provinces, side by side. We share a history of how we came to be. And they don't want us to know that because, of course, the more numbers we have on our side, the stronger that we're going to be in the end. So that's that history. So why did I join this movement? Well, 7 years ago, a little bit better than 7 years ago, 2019, there was the Wexit movement that started to go across the provinces, right? Well, like a fool, I jumped in with both feet and thought, well, what could go wrong? And so that was me on those stages. And as quickly as we caught lightning in a bottle, it fizzled out really quick. And I had no political experience before that. I had no idea how this works. I knew nothing. And so we caught lightning in a bottle and then it fizzled out. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what just happened? I do not understand. And so then from there, I decided, maybe I'll get involved in a political party. So through a whole bunch of iterations, I ended up being involved with the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. Oh, my Lanta, is it nasty in the background. Awful, in fact. Awful. And so anyways, through a series of unfortunate events, I got myself booted out of there. And I kept going and tried to go, now what do I do? Now what do I do? So I decided, well, you know what? We got a provincial election coming up. I'll just run as an independent candidate. You don't win, but you're never going to learn this any other way. And so I never worked so hard in all my life to lose, but I had a great time. And I found out that the independence movement was still very much alive and well when I was door knocking. And I also realized I really love door knocking because I love talking to people. I also noticed in these last 7 years that whenever the independence movement begins to get stronger, it looks like that's infighting that brings it down, right? That's what it always looks like. Well, I'm here to tell you that's only half right. Actually, what happens, and it's going to happen to you too, just expect it. What happens is the Laurentian elites in Ottawa, the ruling class who use our politicians and our political system to get what they want, they don't want to see this happen. So they send in their little minions into, whether it's a group, whether it's a party, whatever vehicle you're going to use, they send them in there and find the low-hanging fruit and say, hey, if I give you this, 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 and this, will you cause a ruckus? And they do. And they pull it down from within, and it looks like infighting, and the people responsible get to wash their hands of the work that they did. That is what has happened historically in Alberta since the independence movement began in 1905, literally. So in Alberta, very much by accident, what we did in this last round is we did not come under one banner. And we did not use a political party. We didn't. We didn't plan it, but that's what happened. And rather than everybody under one banner that could all be pulled down, we've got Mitch and APP going downtown. We got Cory Morgan going crazy. We got me who won't shut up. We got all these other people talking, all pulling the rope in the same direction. And it created a hell of a game of whack-a-mole. They couldn't take us down. They couldn't take us down. They tried, but they couldn't do it. And the other thing that we did was we left the politicians out of it. And I posit to you, that's how we got this far. That's how we got this far. Now, there's going to come a time where we are going to have to come under one banner. We are going to have to bring the politicians back in. I think in Alberta we are reaching that, but that is my suggestion to you guys. Leave the politicians out of it. They're the ones that got us into this mess. The people will get us out. The people. The other thing you want to remember is as these different groups begin to rise up and begin to talk and they're sharing your message, just bless them. Just bless them. Keep your ego out of it. Don't say a word, just let them go. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's just like when Jesus said, you know, that when the disciples came and said, oh, they're casting out demons in your name, and they were freaking out, and Jesus is like, okay, whatever. They're doing my work, okay? Same thing. Same thing. Now, one of those groups is called AWIN, the Alberta Women for Independence Network. Very dear friend of mine. We met in the Wild Rose. Well, we both got kicked out of the Wild Rose party together. We've been great friends ever since. And she came to me one day, a little over a year ago, March of last year, and she said, Kathy, I got an idea I want to share with you that I think we should do. And I said, okay, what's that? She says, well, in this whole entire time that we've been working with these political parties, what's been missing? And I was like, I don't know, brains, something. And she's like, no, the women have been missing. And I'm like, yeah, because they're smart. And she said, no, because the message isn't getting to them. The message is not getting to them. So I said, okay, what's your plan? She's like, well, I think we need to put this thing together and we need to go talk to the women. And I said, I think you have now lost your mind. No, we're not doing this. We're women. This is not a good idea. And so anyway, she talked me into it and the Lord hit me over the head and said, you're going. And so we did. And what we did was we created this message specific for women because we received the information differently. These guys go out with pitchforks and their torches and all the rest, right? And they're like ready to fight and we're like, okay, wait. What does this mean for my babies? Because if you hurt my babies, I'm going to hurt you, right? Or wait. What does this mean for my mom who's getting ready to go into long-term care? Because if you touch my mom, that's only just a little bit less than if you touch my babies. And if you're a grandma, that goes on steroids, right? All the grandmas in the house. Right? We need to know answers to this. So I would really encourage you ladies in the house, come talk to me after. I want to tell you how we did this because we've gone all across the province. We've talked to hundreds of women and it's working. It's working. You want to do that. Sometimes we don't always know how to articulate our arguments, right? When we're speaking to people. And so that's why I like to go through that little history lesson because sometimes we don't know our history. And people will come to us with different things. And we find these in our little meetings that we do with women. I find these in these bigger rooms that we do like this. And so one of the things that we talk about is taxes, money. My gosh, it's billions now. There's so many dang zeros after those numbers that everybody glazes over. But the fact is that equalization goes to the east, and yet our stuff is not good enough for them. You don't even have to know what the number is to know that that's wrong. You don't even have to know what the number is. The national debt. Remember these words? We'll take on the debt so you don't have to. Remember that? How's that working out? Not very well, huh? Do you know that to service the national debt, and here's another way to communicate this when you're in your groups or doing whatever, to service the national debt costs us more than healthcare across the nation. So the next time you read a headline that someone died in the waiting room, you can thank the Liberal government for that because all your hard-earned money went to cover their money laundering rather than helping people in the waiting room. Home equity tax, have you heard about that coming up? All the seniors that have paid off your house, way to go, woohoo. How about morality? People say it's all about money. All about money. Oh, Kathy, stop talking about money. I like talking about money, but we've also got some morality issues around here that we need to remember when you're talking to people about this topic. Human trafficking has skyrocketed, 700% in Ontario alone. 700%. 17% of Canadians feel safe. Making no wonder. Only 50% of all violent offenses go unpunished. And they want to take your guns away. When considering what sentence, are there kids in here? No children? Okay. When considering what sentence to give those who rape our children, judges are now being told to take into account how their decision might affect that monster's immigration status. I got other ways of affecting that monster's immigration status. I might go shopping at Mitch's store first. Now, as you get going, these are some of the things that are going to come at you. And Tamara already alluded to this. This is what they first said to us. You can't leave. When we really started to talk about it next door, you can't leave. I'm like, yeah, we can. Thanks, Quebec. They're the ones that paved the way. You guys are going to go through this. When that doesn't work anymore, don't let it work. Just let it be water off a duck's back, okay? This is because I'm telling you, this is how it's going to go. When that doesn't work, then they start in with the name calling. I don't even know what some of those names mean. I have no idea. But they keep coming at us. When that doesn't work anymore, and just learn from us. Don't even react to it so it just goes away faster. When that doesn't work anymore, this is what they come at you with. Do you know what you'll be giving up? Well, that kind of motivated me to make a list. And this list applies to both of our provinces. Here's what we are going to be giving up. Living under a government that delights in stifling our growth has caused numerous politically induced recessions, landlocked us through policy, regulates everything possible because that's the next best thing to nationalizing it, although nationalization is coming. I don't know if you saw that. They steal our money through taxation, then launder it to benefit themselves and their friends. They believe in open borders, so just anybody can walk in, and they do. Unbelievable levels of Chinese interference in our political system, extortion being carried out by Indian gangs right here in our borders, and now apparently we've got some Mexican drug cartels wreaking havoc as well, all of which continues to destroy our relationship with our largest trading partner to the south. We've got censorship laws, a gun buyback program, 2 courts ruled invoking the Emergencies Act was indeed unconstitutional, and the response from Ottawa was, we'll appeal it. And a prime minister now demanding that the Supreme Court take away provinces' ability to use the notwithstanding clause in order to centralize as much governing power as possible. That's what we're losing. And then the icing on the cake is if you're a Liberal government and you haven't made a majority, just wait a year and you'll be able to bribe enough Conservatives to join you. That's the icing on the cake. Here's what we'll be gaining though, guys. And I really want to cast a vision here. Because we're no longer under the Canada Health Act, we're going to have the best health care on the planet. No wait times, no going to other countries or even other provinces, no losing doctors, nurses. They'll all stay here. Pension plans. Bringing those pension plans to the local level, we're going to have so much more control over them and where they're invested and how it's paid out. And here's a thought. Whatever's left can go to your estate instead of the ether. Okay? Speaking of ether, I think I'm probably going to get the same answer here as I do at home. How many of you have paid into EI and got very little or nothing back your whole entire lives? Is that not your money? If we still want to have that social program, we most certainly could, but why not roll it into your pension? It's your money. You should get it back. How about this? No more Ottawa dictating what you can and cannot do or you can and cannot buy. You want to buy an EV? I want you to buy an EV. Please do. You want to buy a diesel truck? I hope you do because somebody's got to go rescue the EV in the wintertime. You want solar? I want you to have solar. There's an application for it. You pay for it. Do not ask your neighbors to subsidize your purchases. You do it. No more government subsidies. There's a concept. How about no more cartels disguised as supply management? Schools that focus on giving our children a real education rather than trying to turn them into little social justice warriors. And get this, with your own police force, your own criminal code, your own judges, crime is going to reduce dramatically, and your babies are going to be able to walk to the park by themselves again. It's going to be awesome. Don't let them lie to you. Capital goes where capital is welcome. In Saskatchewan, you are going to be on fire like never before once you cross this boundary. Your city centers are going to be vibrant. Your small towns are going to come to life. Free markets, energy security, food security, safe streets, work-life balance, solid future. I could go on. This is what you have to look forward to. This is what's worth fighting for. So when they try to come at you and say it's all about money, tell them, no, it's not. But I also tell you that this is a political problem. Therefore, it's going to require a political solution. You are going to have to get in the game. You have to get in the game. You have to learn the system, to use the system, to disrupt the system, to get out of the system. That's how this works. Which means you're going to have to get involved with a political party. Just as Mitch had said, you have to. Now, constituency associations are very powerful. Constituency associations are little boards that represent every constituency, so every MLA that you have. And that is how we got rid of Kenny, is using our constituency associations. So you guys want to learn more about that and start there. Now, I can tell you, unequivocally, after 7 years of being dragged through the mud, being called everything, of having to phone my kids and say, please don't read the news this morning because your mama's in it. That's a true story. And then my son, he says, oh, I found that. They didn't even tell the truth. I could have told them more than that. I'm like, okay, great. Thank you. But it is tough. It really is tough. You're going to have some hard days. And there are global reasons that people don't want to see this happen. There's no doubt about that. Now, if I may, I'd like to just share some hard lessons that I have learned personally. I know I'm not the only one, but I'll share what I have learned. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to get mad at one another. You're going to have days where you want to quit because you're tired and you don't know if you can put one foot in front of the other again. You don't know if you can take those attacks online anymore. You don't know if you can handle the thought of your family members not wanting to talk to you. You don't know if you're going to lose your job because of your political stance. You're going to have those days. Expect it and be ready for it. Now, because you know you're going to have those days, you look at the people sitting on either side of you and you make a pact right now to help one another, and you carry one another through those days, because that's how you're going to get through this. Keep learning. This is an ongoing, lifelong social studies project. Never stop learning. And don't ever think that you know it all, because that'll be the day you find out how dumb you really are. And I'm telling you that from experience. There's so much to learn. But at the same time, as you're going through that learning, don't let it bog you down, okay? Because some of it's pretty depressing. And some of it you can't ever unsee. And that's really tough. Which also means you're going to have some mercy for the people around you. Because the minute you know something and the minute you see something, you are now responsible for that knowledge. People don't want to be responsible for the knowledge of just how bad it is here. They don't want to know. So while we are running up against the clock, please do so with your friends, your family, your colleagues, and your neighbors gracefully. Very gracefully, or you're going to lose them. And it's not really worth that. Do what you can with what you have. The other team have got millions of dollars. They've got all the things that they need. But what we have is worth so much more than that. We have the people. We have the people. We have the energy. We have each other. We also have to remind ourselves constantly, and I'm as guilty as anybody, that we are all volunteers. because we love this land. We love our people. We love the opportunities and we see the possibilities that are coming. But we are all volunteers. And so if you see someone is tired and needs a break, we'll give them a break. If you see someone maybe needs a little bit of a boost, give them a boost. If you're that person that needs a break, just take it. But then come back into the fray once you've had a rest. Something else to keep in mind is that age-old saying that I must preface by telling you I am a dog lover, so I would never do this. But don't feel like you have to throw rocks at every barking dog. There are going to be all sorts of nuisance things sent your way to distract you, to take your focus off of the goal. Don't pay attention to it. Just don't. Don't even give it airtime. Don't respond to it on X. Don't respond to it on Facebook. Don't respond to the emails. None of it. Just keep your eye on the prize. The fact that we are here with you guys today is incredible to me. It is just incredible to me. And I'll tell you why. Because everywhere that we go at home, one of the very first questions we get is Saskatchewan coming with us? I wish I was making that up, but I'm not. Is Saskatchewan coming with us? And they mean it because they know you guys are just like us, right? We're cut from the same cloth, man. We're the same family. We work hard, we play hard, we love one another, we help one another. It's who we are. It's how we are. And that's why Ottawa doesn't understand it. They don't have a clue what that looks like. They don't know what it means when there's a tragedy on a farm and the next thing you know, there's 3 combines going to make sure that that family is looked after. Ottawa has no idea how to do that. They don't know what it means when Fort McMurray is on fire, on purpose, by the way. I'll go to my dying breath saying that that was an act of terror. Ottawa didn't know what to do when complete strangers got together to make sure that everybody had fuel and food and water all the way down. They had no idea. When there's floods that come our way, it doesn't matter who's beside you filling in that sandbag, you just do it. That's who we are. And that's what's messing the people who are against us up. Because our value system is something they don't recognize and they don't know how to fight it. And it is our biggest strength. So as we are continuing to go through, again, I remind you, it's a political problem. It's going to require a political solution. You do everything you can to follow the rules and the law until we can't. We're not at the can't yet. I have a lot of conversations with a lot of people who say, oh, well, we're just going to do this. Yeah, okay, you go right on ahead. No, we're not, right? Follow the law until we can't. Be mindful of one another. Be mindful of one another's families. And it very well could be that as we're going through these steps, Alberta maybe leaves first. Wouldn't surprise me if Quebec, they're like, oh, well, there goes the money train, so I guess we might as well, right? Quebec, you guys, BC will probably have to divide first and then decide what they're going to do and get rid of the Lower Mainland. Ontario may do something similar. And that's how we save Canada. That's how we save Canada. Because this isn't about a landmass, and it certainly is not about a government. It's about the people. It's about the people. It's about our neighbors. It's about our friends. It's about our families. So I actually think it behooves us to do this. We have an obligation and a responsibility. And the more and more people that we can get going on this journey, the stronger we're going to be. It's just going to be like that snowball that just keeps getting bigger and bigger, bigger, bigger. With 2 provinces right next door to one another, with the resources and the strength and character and integrity that we have, oh my goodness, are we ever going to make the history books? right? So get out there. Whatever we can do to help you, please call on us. We'd be delighted. If there's something that we know that we can send your way, if you want our PowerPoints, if you want our whatever, doesn't matter. Whatever. What's mine is yours. Okay? We really mean that. Bring us back. Let us get you through this. And I guess we'll see you on the other side of both of our referendums.
Thank you very much. I don't know about you, but I'm stirred up a little bit, so what I'd encourage you to do is just share your passion with each other, share your ideas. Let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back up, and Cory Morgan will have some words for you. We'll be back in 15 minutes. afternoon on the go. Just a couple of housekeeping things that I wanted to mention to you. One of them is, we get this question a lot when we're doing town halls. All right, who's funding you? The answer is us, right? It's this Saskatchewan Prosperity Project. Yes, we are. We're a grassroots, non-profit organization that is bootstrapped, basically. And I learned that. I was off a conference helping my brother launch his company last week there, and he says, bootstrap, we're bootstrapped. What's that mean? It means you're digging in your own pockets to make stuff happen. That's my southern Saskatchewan farmer version of what bootstrap means. All right? So your tickets today basically cover the cost of the venue and the speakers. we're right close at a break even, so thank you for that. Any donations you make goes straight to the cost of operating town halls and things like that. We also make some bit of money on our merchandise. So if you you want to buy some merchandise either at the next break or on your way out, that's another way where we make a little bit of money. And where that money goes, and we have a great accountant that looks after everything to keep track of all the beans, and all that money goes back into getting the message out and educating people about why an independent Saskatchewan is a potentially awesome solution. All right? So I want to make sure you knew that. The other thing I wanted to do was just to remind you to share the message. And a few of our speakers have alluded to that. And one of the things that I wanted to share from our SPP board, there's 8 of us so far, and we're always looking for more volunteers, whatever skills and talents you have to bring to whatever level, whether that's a board or helping out in any way. We made a commitment in our board. When we looked around and we talked to the APP and the different folks, we made this commitment. One of the biggest things, and Kathy alluded to it, most of these independent movements and freedom and organizations have been crippled by egos and division. And in our board, we made a commitment to one another. If my ego gets out of joint, I expect Brad to kick me in the butt and we have a conversation. Vice versa. We've made that kind of commitment to each other, and if my ego gets in the way and I'm not teachable, then there's the door and somebody else that is going to be humble and work together in unity. We're all human. We all have egos, but we need to be able to check them at the door and figure out ways to work this together, because that's the only way it's going to happen. All right? We got a little bit of extra time in our schedule, so I want to bring Brad up. He wants to share a few points from what's been shared and before this morning, and then this afternoon, and then we're going to have our next speaker, Cory, come up right after. Here's Brad.
Well, what do you think so far? So yeah, I really want to thank you all for coming out, because this is how it starts, is we have to put people in the seats. If we get 20 and we get 40, we get 60, that's how we are going to grow this. And as Dwayne just mentioned, we do need volunteers. We want to be doing a lot more town halls than we are right now. I can't do them all by myself, and neither can Dwayne. We need people. If you know anybody who's willing to come up and do a town hall, if you've been to one of ours, you know what it entails. It's not that hard. If I can do it, anybody can do it. We need people to help volunteer with, say, doing the Facebook, modding the Facebook group. We've had a bunch of people start, and they've kind of gone by the wayside. We're down to kind of one. You probably anybody who's on there will know who Alicia is. She's been doing amazing work for us. We have Randy, that's one of our chapter leads for the province, helping coordinate all the chapters and get them going. And those chapters are vital for this, to be able to be successful, because we need you in your communities, talking to the people in your communities, your neighbors, the people that are in your family. We need you getting people to wake up and be able to get the message out there, and we want to educate them as to how we can be so much better and have so much more prosperity if we just become our own independent nation. So a couple things I just wanted to quickly mention. Some people are often asking, who is the board members of SPP? Well, Dwayne, the vice president, myself, the president, Brad. Karina, are you back there? Wave your hand. Karina is on our board. Ed, where's Ed? Is he out in the lobby? He's the guy at the merch desk that will gladly take your money. He's our merchandising and fundraising guy. And we have Kathy here today. Kathy, where's Kathy? Is she out in the lobby still too? And then Joan, our treasurer. That's 6 of the 8 people on our board. So just so you know that we are real people and no one has criminal records, because there was actually somebody asked me that online, which was a good question. It's a fair question, right? And as...
Transparency at a DUI when I was 19. Join the club. But I'm much better now.
That's just your opinion, Dwayne. As any of you have been on, I strongly encourage you to go on the APP website and see some of the information that's there, because they have 6 years of information there that we don't have. We will be getting that as time goes on. But I especially want to mention the value of freedom paper, the 5-year costing plan, that basically what would happen the day after an independence vote. And that needs to be put in place so people can look at it and say, okay, well, where's this money going to come from? How are we going to pay for things? And those kinds of questions. Those are just logical questions. The paper is very good at addressing that. So we have gotten in contact with Dennis Kalma, who is a gentleman who put that together for APP. And we have some people in this province that have already stepped up and said they would like to help put that information together. So we're going to get them in contact with Dennis, and we're going to create one for Saskatchewan. And I also asked, can we take that one step farther? If we have both numbers from Saskatchewan and Alberta, why don't we combine it together and, hey, let's see what it looks like if we actually became a country together, Alberta and Saskatchewan. What would that look like? Because I'd like to know that. So that's something to look forward to. It's going to take probably a couple months to get that through. How long do you think you guys put yours together? Probably 3 months?
Which part?
The freedom of, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he said about 3 months. It'll be a little quicker with ours because they can use their template and basically fill in our numbers somewhat. But that's one thing that's coming that will be, I think, worth watching for. And as far as the legal pathways, some of the information that we've been told initially isn't necessarily correct. So we're working on that at the moment to make sure. We just want to be very sure, because we were told that there wasn't a referendum question. We're not so sure if there actually isn't a pathway that way. It's just very unattainable. But we will divulge more on that, because that's still something that's in the works behind the scenes. Just wanted to point out one comment that Tamara had made, and that was being on the border and watching how patriotic the Americans were of their flag. She resonated with me when she said, because I felt that for years. Americans were always so proud of their flag, but Canadians are just like, meh. Elbows up, yeah. But you do see a lot of that pride in Saskatchewan. So I have 3 questions I want you to think about, and these are questions you can ask others who are, contemplating whether this is something that they think is good for those of us in Saskatchewan become independent. And the first one is, and this is one that's often asked in Alberta, and that is, if right now Saskatchewan was a free country and Canada came to us and asked us, do you want to join Confederation? Knowing that we'd have 43% taxes, we would have no say in our voting mechanisms, we would have absolutely no purpose whatsoever to be able to have them ever hear us. We can't develop our own resources. They're going to start dictating whether we can have guns or not. They're going to start telling us whether we're allowed to think this or think that or say this or say that. Would you say yes? No. Absolutely not. So if you wouldn't join them, why should we stay? I think that's an obvious question. The second question I'd like to ask those people is this. If right now, tomorrow morning, Saskatchewan had an independence vote today, and tomorrow morning we are our own independent nation, would you really go and pack up all your bags to move to Manitoba or somewhere else just to say, I'm a Canadian? I was proud to be Canadian. I still somewhat am proud, but I'm proud of the Canada I came and grew up from, that one that used to be there, but we know that that's gone, and it's going to be lost. And the only way that we can save it, we're being patriotic. We are not traitors, because we are here to preserve those values and that culture that we grew up in, that our parents, our grandparents built this province on. That is why we are here. So realize that I'm actually very proud to be a Saskatchewanian or a Sasky more than I am a Canadian. So where is our priorities? And all the people out there who should be at this meeting need to get that message, and we have to deliver that to them. That's our job. And lastly, and this is my favorite question. It's funny, you talk to people online and you ask them this question. They never answer the question. But tell me one benefit that Canada government has done for your family in this last 10 years. Because I can't think of one, and I don't think anybody can. So with that, I guess we'll get Cory up here. Where's Cory? There he is. So you all probably know who Cory Morgan is, the man from Western Standard. And he also wrote the Sovereigntist Handbook that's at the back. And you probably also know that Tamara has a book at the back as well that they'll sign for you, and you can buy copies from them. But with no further ado, Mr. Cory Morgan.
Well, thank you all so much for coming out on such a beautiful day. There's a lot of things, I'm sure, that would be more comfortable and fun than sitting here listening to me blow V8 for a while. But this is so important, and I just appreciate it. I said to others, I didn't need my arm twisted terribly hard. Hey, do you want to take a drive out to Saskatchewan in beautiful spring weather? I love it out here. I worked out here a lot in the past. You know, in this dysfunctional federation, this family of Canada, Saskatchewan is our twin sibling. You guys are your own culture, your own people, but boy, we're close. We're close. We're right next to each other. We have the same desires, the same histories, and the same challenges. So I'd love every opportunity for us to work together for the sake of both of our provinces to make everything a better place. So Mitch has excellently covered much on why we need to go, as did Kathy, as did Tamara. A lot of what I'm going to hammer on is the how. And Max kindly put that old picture up there of me. That's at the Alberta Independence Party 25 years ago. I'm standing in the middle back before there was a few more gray hairs with Ralph Klein. He called an election a week later and taught me what it is to truly get your ass kicked in an election. He annihilated us. So what I'm pointing out is I don't have the answers to everything by any means, but I've done a whole bunch of stuff to find out what doesn't work. And you know, as you keep eliminating all those things that don't work, eventually you will hit upon the ones that do. So I'm going to list some of those experiences and things that came along. I'll give a little more of my background and how I got involved in things. I've always been a political dork. I still am. And even as a kid coming out of high school, I was fascinated by it. And I went to this, the exhibition part of the Calgary Stampede when I was this 19-year-old long-haired guy. And here was this ancient old man in a little booth with a political party, and he chatted with me for like 10 minutes, and I was just amazed that he gave the time to a young guy like me to talk about those things and everything. And then he sold me a political membership. And I was just thrilled. I had this card. It was handwritten, like I'm a part of something. And that ancient little old man was Preston Manning. He was about 50 at the time. But when you're 19, things look different. And I was a Reform Party member. But the thing was, even as a teenager, going through school, I had a lot to learn, but I was fascinated with politics. But you know what? I hadn't had a clue that you could even buy a membership with a political party. I knew parties existed. I knew I liked some more than others. I knew they communicated, but I had no idea how they functioned or what the structure was. And you know what? The establishment loves it that way. They want us to remain disengaged. They taught me the basics in social studies in school, a bit of, how the House of Commons works and how the Senate doesn't work. Even then we knew it was stupid. But they didn't teach me, as Kathy was talking about, constituency associations. Your average person who goes through life doesn't know what they are, and they don't need to, or they don't feel they need to. We had that question at a meeting Kathy and I were speaking at the other night, and somebody said, what is a constituency association? And it's not a bad question. If a person hasn't been involved with a party, they wouldn't know. Or what's an EDA? That's the federal version. It's an electoral district association. I'm not going to give a whole poli-sci lecture, but what part of what we have to do as we get ourselves engaged is learning how we can do it. Parties, they're a necessary evil. There's something that are there that are part of what made my hair gray after this long. But we can't get anything done without participating in the process. Part of my feelings of what I covered in the Sovereigntist Handbook, that was one of the experiments that failed. I think Alberta has perhaps 5 independence parties on the go right now that are registered or something, or 4, and none of them are seriously threatening the party that's in power. And again, the party in power loves a disengaged population. And with what Mitch is talking about, which is absolutely right, and it's the same here. Buy your memberships, participate, let them know you're there. Get involved in your local organization. There's a number of benefits to that. Number one, though, is it's like holding an eel when it comes to political people. They're slippery. They're going to go all over the place. There's a lot of good people in politics, but there are a lot who aren't, or a lot that go in and something happens to them. As we talked about that with Ottawa disease or dome disease or auto-washed. You know, they hit their head in the shower, and these good people we sent out as members of parliament come back as these washed out Jason Kennys. Because he's a prime example. I still kind of like Jason as a person. We worked a lot together, somewhat in the past or on politics and things like that. But I think that was the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, Jason Kenney. That was the Reform Party, Jason Kenney. The Jason Kenney of today is indistinguishable from Carney. What happened? I don't know. I still like the guy. I'd still sit down for a coffee with the guy, but I sure as hell wouldn't vote for him again. But how do we deal with that then when these politicians are changing? Whether they intentionally change or whatever, it's being engaged. It's holding them to account. It's taking part. So part of that, as I said, is being involved in these parties. I'm not much on one for forming new ones. We've got the existing ones, and we've got to hold them to account and move them. And as painful as it is, I tell you, it's pushing a rock uphill with them. But that's the only way it's going to work and get done. Citizen engagement. Outside of the party aspect too, and I'm going to talk about that. But where was I again? Political parties, got that. Yes, personal engagement though. So groups like the Alberta Prosperity Project. And that's something what I like about it is you can really maintain a better focus than with a political party. The two go together, and you can be a member of both. They aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, they're kind of intertwined. Not that that's a partisan movement, but you have to kind of play the game on a few fronts. And the APP built such a foundation. And they did that by working their butts off. It was amazing with Dennis and Chris Scott and Jeff and Mitch. And they've held meetings all over the province, small meetings, big meetings, and built that foundation and base. And that's what's happening now at the SPP. And I'm so thrilled to see that. And maintaining that optimism, keeping it up. It's not always going to be a full room like this, and this is a great room on a beautiful Saturday. I'll share another anecdote. Way back with what we had in Alberta as the Alberta Alliance at one time was a party, and we had one MLA. And I tell you, you want to try and get coverage with one MLA, but it's one more than a lot of parties have. And we tried holding town hall meetings. We did this big series of them. The gentleman we had, he was our party leader. He was an MLA named Paul Hinman. And we scheduled one in Medicine Hat. And we had a big room with all these chairs and everything, and I can't remember what it was. It was 6 people or 4 people that showed up. All this coffee, enough donuts to feed a small army. We were optimists. But I'll give it to Paul. Pulled up the table, we sat around then and just shot the shit for an hour. And 6 months later, we came back there for another meeting. There were 40 people. 3 of those 6 formed the local association. They were organizing on the ground, and it expanded. I won't give the whole history, but we turned into the Wild Rose Party, which ended up forming official opposition. We elected members in Medicine Hat and all over the province, and they stayed there throughout until Premier Smith blew it up with their floor crossing, which is a whole separate story. But I just like to reiterate, never leave dejected if you come into a room and there's just a few people. That's a seed. That's the beginning. We know from working within volunteer organizations, any kind, whether it's your library board or a hockey team or anything you're doing, the reality is 5% of the people tend to do 90% of the work. You want to engage, maybe bring it up to 10 if you're doing a good job, but don't stomp out the door once that reality kind of frustrates you. The other people are still important, even if they don't kick in necessarily as much time as others and so on. They're still the supporters who are there. They're still the ones who donate. But keep that energy up. Don't let yourself get dejected. It's one of the easiest things to happen with this, to be tired out. You know, we got to be stubborn. Nobody broke the West in Alberta or Saskatchewan by giving up when they hit adversity. We'd still be just a barren area of prairie. I mean, I can't imagine living in a sod house in the winters that Saskatchewan and Alberta endured. I'm sure most of them said, oh, what the hell have I done? But they didn't give up. They built the West. We've got an easier path. Not easy, but easier. So I'd just like to remind everybody of that. And yeah, your hair will go from that to this, but I stubbornly stuck at it, and you have to. This is the long game. We're going to have victories, we're going to have setbacks, and it's such a personal game. We're making history. We're changing history. This has never been done before. So that makes it difficult because we don't exactly have a clear-cut playbook. I can't phone up Dad and say, hey, what did you guys do the last time the West had a referendum on independence? There's no prior guide, though Quebec offers a bit, and I'll talk about that in a little while too. But what we do have to do is build the base. If you don't have the base of support, you're going to lose anyways. And you're going to lose no matter what opportunities you have democratically if the base isn't there. And that's where you got to take that on yourself as a personal mission, as an individual, regardless of the party or the advocacy group. Just one person alone makes that difference. In fact, they make more of that difference than anything else does. Because it's an emotional thing to ask for a big change. It's particularly with the country of Canada. And we can make the case with the figures, the dollars, the numbers, the lack of freedoms, all sorts of things. It's a very solid case to make. But if a person still sits there and just says, well, I love my Canada and I just can't vote against it, that vote will still be a no. So how do you deal with that? And that's how we've got to train ourselves to reach those people, because those people aren't going to change their mind based on a brochure or some blowhard like me on independent media or a political campaign. They're going to change their minds based on one-on-one conversations with others, respectful conversations with people they respect, who they appreciate and enjoy. And that's where we've got to watch some of the dangers of dividing ourselves. Based on even some people, if they're outright opposed to what you're doing, try not to tell them to stuff it. Because the one who's really against it today might be really for it tomorrow. But if you've already heavily alienated them, and this is something I've got to teach myself, because I'm a crabby, in-your-face sort of person. So this is an ongoing exercise we have to do. But when you're reaching out to somebody, when you're talking to somebody, whether it's a coworker or somebody at the pub that you see all the time or a family member, the best thing to start with is asking them rather than telling them. That's, again, something I got to train myself with. I'm a know-it-all. My wife reminds me I don't know it all, but I like to pretend that. But ask. There's no better dialogue starting than asking the other person, because they do have concerns. They do have issues. And if you keep having those conversations, you can work it towards changing that heart. The mind is the easier part to change. The heart's the harder one. One of the most common ones we hear from people. My father, my grandfather fought for Canada, damn it, and we can't break this up. Look, my grandfather fought for freedom. And it happened to be with Canada. And I respect and will die grateful for the effort of all those veterans, Canada, prior, and so on. They made it the free place where it's possible for us to even have a meeting like this today. And I thank them, and I always will. I'm not trying, and nobody, I think, is trying to trod on the legacy they built. And that history will still be there once we become independent. History doesn't go away. Canada's proud history, and there's a lot to be proud of in Canada's history, well, it's still there. It's still in the books. It's still in our stories. It's still in our experiences. We're just changing the system and the borders. But that's easier to say to somebody who's got that emotional thing than to have it done. Again, it takes that respectful conversation. Part of it's being true. To make it clear, reiterate, I don't hate Canada. I don't hate Canadians. As much as they drive me absolutely bananas, I don't hate the Quebecois. I just can't take this system any longer. It is not serving us. It is not offering us a future. It's broken. And we got to remember, it will all be there the day after independence comes. It will still be there. Aunt Margaret's still going to be up in Northern Ontario. That Newfie uncle who you can't understand once he's had 3 beers will still be over in St. John's. We don't have to hate each other for this to change. And it isn't unprecedented to see a state split peacefully through referenda. The Union of Sweden and Norway. 1905, same time Alberta and Saskatchewan were created, they had a referenda to split. And look at them now, though. They're free states, they're tight, they're distinct. A Norwegian is quite different than a Swede, but they can cross that border without a passport. They're not at each other's throats. They're better now for having split than had they tried to stay together. Likewise with my first wife. If we'd still been together, one of us would have killed the other. And now we get along better than we certainly did when we were together. Sometimes you got to understand a relationship is better with some space between you. And it's a similar sort of thing. That's why I use a lot of family analogies, because family fights are the worst fights. Those are the most heartfelt fights. Those are the deepest fights, even though they are actually the people you love. So look at resolution in that. Reach out, talk to those people, those other family members. And one of the things I like to really counsel people on with this too, we take it seriously, we take it passionately. One of my favorite sayings is take politics seriously, don't take it personally. Don't wear yourself out for this. Don't destroy your relationships for this. One of the most horrible, there's so many horrible things to name about what happened during the COVID period. But one, again, to share an anecdote of mine, I had a stepdaughter and a stepson who didn't talk for 5 years because they differed over the vaccine issue. Siblings, wasting 5 years. Those of us here, it looks like a few folks are past 30. We know that our time is precious. You kind of don't necessarily realize that till you get later and you've lost some people. But they lost years as siblings that they didn't need to. What a terrible waste, you know. Don't break up your relationships for this. I talk about that. If we're going to talk about you're looking for opportunities, you're looking for ways as an individual to talk about independence, have those conversations at the dinner table. Depends on your dinner table. Depends on your host. Don't disrespect your mom if she's going to get furious if you're going to have political talk there. But some tables welcome that after supper with a coffee. But if you got Uncle Louie at the other end of the table and you know he's going to throw his drink at you if you start on this subject, don't. Wait till he goes to the bathroom. Lock him in and cover that ground. You can't pass up talking to 6 other people. But I am being serious. You know, we don't want to have fights. This is a positive thing. We've got to talk about the positive. It's easy to point out the negative, and it's important to point out the negative. We can point out all the things wrong, and we will. But we've also got to point out all the things right. And that has to be a positive conversation, a brighter one, not one that's going to bring people down. It's going to be a conversation that gives them optimism to see that things will be better for us. But we have to train ourselves for that. We're not all political geeks who started out and started campaigning and volunteered and took part in all that, and that's all right. But this is what we've all got to kind of turn into to a degree. Because this is going to be one person by person, door by door, curling bonspiel by bonspiel, whatever it takes, those one-on-one conversations to change people over. And you guys are going to be the ones reaching out to them. You've got to take that on yourself as your own task. Some people will be better than others. Some people might convert 20 people in the next 6 months, and some, well, maybe just one, but you're trying. Look for those opportunities. Kind of look at the Hippocratic Oath, though, when you're looking for those opportunities, which is kind of first, do no harm. So if you're considering doing something, think to yourself, is this going to advance my cause to independence? And if you're not sure, or the answer is a no, think a little longer before you start. And chances are you can advance it, but we just have to take things strategically, tactically. You know, it's not our nature to do those sorts of things, but that's how we have to build this foundation, person by person. You look at some of the biggest campaigns on earth out there, and still, the number one thing, if it's a local campaign, I mean, party leaders are different. What are they going to do? The campaign manager is going to drag that candidate out and get them hammering on those doors as much as humanly possible. Why do they do that? We got so much social media. We got $1 million in the bank. We can do all this radio ads. We can do all that. And you're rest assured, I've managed campaigns, the candidate will tell you all that because they hate knocking the doors. Some of them love it. And if you get one like that, you're really lucky. It's because it works. That is the number one hit for a person if you're going to try and change a vote, is a one-on-one conversation with the candidate, even if it's 30 seconds. That will have more impact than any other thing you can do in that campaign. The next best is a phone call. The next best is a live volunteer there. And then you're getting down the line of things. You know, a brochure is getting near the bottom. At least it's something, but the one-on-one is so important. Somebody who can look somebody in the eye and talk to them, if only briefly. And that's what we can do, because we're not selling a candidate. We're not selling a party. We're selling a concept. And that means you can campaign. You can be the one-on-one with somebody. And you have to be, because that's what's going to bring them over. Going back to that time, that very table, actually, and some Max has probably heard this story. I've talked about it. It was another lesson I learned at that time. This fella came up and just gruff-faced hammered me with like 6 different questions, and then he stomped away. I thought, oh, man, he's never going to support us. Sometime later, he came back and cut us a check for $400. He just had his questions in mind. He wanted his personal time to digest it, think about the answers I gave, I guess, and decide whether this was something I wanted to get on board with, and he made his mind up and he came back. My first instinct about him was dead wrong. If I'd have encountered him somewhere else, I would have given up on him and thought that this is a wasted part of my time in following up with this man. I would have been wrong. So we've got to watch our instincts. Watch for those opportunities. Some of the work will be done for us. And Lord knows the Liberals are trying their hardest to do as much work for us as they can. And there's the saying about striking when the iron's hot. The person who was reticent today might be livid about an issue that came about tomorrow. And maybe that's a time you can talk to them and bring them over, lead them to this conclusion. So it's going to be a diversified, dispersed strategy. That's how we have to do this. Getting back to the parties, though. Why join a party? Well, again, as Mitch would say at length, he ran out of time. But yes, you've got to hold them to account, because those slippery eels are just going to be a pain in the butt. And the strongest method we have to do so is being members in it, getting involved in those boards, and taking part. And you know what? It's good for you in general anyways. There's a number of benefits that come from that. You want to find out who in your local area is conservative-minded and actually is one of those volunteers who gets up and goes? They're there. You're going to meet them. That's a networking opportunity. That CA association, those are the other door knockers. You're going to find those people. This is where they're hanging out. You might have differences in some things, but these are what a perfectly targeted area to find them. And that's where you're going to get your training. Maybe you'll get a by-election or something where you can actually do some practice campaigning. because it is an art form. And again, the dinner table ones, but we get to the point of a referendum, whether it's Saskatchewan, whether it's here, it's going to be a door-to-door campaign. And that does take some practice. It takes some discipline, which as individuals we don't necessarily have. Parties, at least they got those resources. They will give you the training for that. Take advantage of it. Municipal campaigns as well. They're opportunities to get out and meet the movers and shakers in your neighborhood. So let's talk about Quebec. I did a book tour a little while back. Tamara mentioned it. It was me and Sheila Gunn Reid and Tamara, and we hit a number of spots. And Tamara's book recently released was the Independence Handbook, I think. I believe that was it. No. Independence something from Tamara. Or from Sheila. I should know this. We toured for a bunch of them. Independence Blueprint. Got it. Okay. So either way, what that was, though, was Quebec did a mountain of work before 1995. They didn't just leap into that referendum. They had committees, they had academics, they had lawyers, they had politicians, they had dozens and dozens of meetings. They put together papers and studies and proposals, and they documented it, thousands of pages of it. And it was brought into Sheila's book. The first half is easy to read, the second half is a bunch of scans, so get the magnifying glass because it's the actual documents. But it's a whole bunch of stuff that actually applies here. This is a lot of the groundwork. This is a lot of the questions people are going to hit you with. Well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Well, a lot of those answers are in that. And we already paid for it, so we might as well take it. They did the work. Let's use it. Scratch out Quebec and write the word Alberta. A whole lot of it applies to Alberta or Saskatchewan. It's the same. Utilize the resources and learn what those guys did before us. And we should also be encouraging them. I mean, I remember the Quebec campaign in 1995, everybody's, please stay, we love you. Let's encourage them this time. How can I help you? And you know, with the true hardcore independence supporters in Quebec, and there's many of them, they do truly want out, and our support won't hurt it. It was one of the opportunities when I led the Alberta Independence Party. They were very fascinated with us. The Bloc Québécois sent a couple MPs out, and we had conversations. And in talking one-on-one with real independence supporting Quebecers, because a lot of people have that notion that they just want to do it to shake more money out of Canada, and it's just an extortion racket. They don't really want to go. Some might be that way, but no, a lot of them really want to go. And we don't understand that rationale. You say, well, you know, equalization and this and that, you guys are going to take a fiscal bath. Look, the true independent supporters in Quebec don't care. They want their French state. They would cut their income in half if it meant they could get their true Quebec to themselves. And they've been campaigning in a quiet way for almost 30 years since 1995. And people wonder about some of those policies. Why are they going after people who wear religious symbols and pushing after that in the civil service? Why are they so fixated on fining a Chinese restaurant because the Chinese characters weren't in French and stuff like that? It's not just to be dicks, though they're good at it. It's to make non-French speakers uncomfortable and make them leave. They're trying to build the winning conditions for the next referendum. Remember the words of Parizeau after the last referendum. He sure ticked a lot of people off, but he pointed out that he felt it was the ethnic minorities and others that kept them from winning it, and it was that close. So what are their thoughts? Get those English speakers and those ethnic minorities out of here. I don't like the way they're doing that. I don't think it's a nice or principled way to do it, but that is what they've been doing. And now the Parti Québécois is very poised to win an election this fall. And their mandate is to hold a referendum. They might hold one within a year after that. Like, this whole country is getting a shakeup, and we've got to make sure we're part of this wave, every province of it. Alberta's the one in the spotlight across the country right now. And let's hope we get a positive end out of that. But we're never stopping. Saskatchewan could be the next one, and Quebec could be as well. And we've got to feed off and work with each other. We have the same goals. If we can break this federation down, we will all be better off with it. So don't beg Quebec to stay, whatever you do. But you don't have to give them the finger either. You know, you can say, look, I appreciate your wanting to become independent, and how can we support you on the way out? We'd be happy to see it. Another thing to learn from them, and I was at a meeting lately with a gentleman named Ben Trudeau, and he's from Quebec. He likes to remind everybody he's like 6 degrees of separation from the other Trudeaus. But, you know, it is a relatively common name. Maybe some of them are changing it by now, probably. But he gives a lot of good experience from what happened in the Quebec experience, too. And he lectures us in Alberta, and something he is dead right about. Things that Quebec have been doing that we haven't been doing in Alberta or Saskatchewan, and something that Alberta's premier has been falling short on. There's a lot of things we can do, in fact, we should do, and we must do on the way out. Alberta needs its own pension plan. So does Saskatchewan. You need your own police force. You need to collect your own taxes. Cut every one of those apron strings from Ottawa as fast as you can. And your existing government has to do that. That gets back to, how do you push a government that doesn't want to take on those tough fights to do those things? Join, get in there, put the pressure on. One of the hardest things, those of us who have been doing all those meetings, one of the number one questions, because it's been really amazing actually to see some of the demographics we're seeing coming out in the polling on this. It used to be, back when I was doing this and back with the Western Canada concept prior to that, and WestFed, all those ongoing movements, but it was mostly seniors who were supporting independence. Now, some of the strongest supporters are young people. That has shifted. And they need to be engaged. Now, people will talk, and we get that in the Q&A often, so, you know, how do we get them into rooms like this? Well, I'll tell you, you won't. You get some. You get guys like me in that from back then. But, you know, when I was 25, I was hyper-politically engaged. But if it was Saturday night and nice weather, I was chasing something else other than a political goal. Doesn't mean I wasn't interested or that I couldn't contribute to the movement, but it's just the way it is in politics. I've pointed that out on social media with the Forever Canadian bunch, you know, because they like to shoot. Look at all these old people at that meeting. Well, I looked at some of your meetings, guys, and looks like you're giving out promotional compression socks. But it's just the nature of politics. Some young folks will come out, but they won't dominate meetings like this, but they're there. But the seniors are getting a little weaker for us on the independence front. And the question we get at the meetings all the time on that one is, what about my pension? And it's a valid question. Canada's pension plan, to be blunt, compared to private plans and other national plans, stinks. But for a lot of people, it's all they got. And even a crappy plan is better than no plan. And when you got fear-mongerers, and we have that saying Canada would cut you off from your pension if you became independent or things like that, which is a load of baloney, but it's effective baloney. And it puts fear into people, and it makes them move towards the no vote. And we can and we will continue to point out how secure we are in Saskatchewan, Alberta. We can maintain those pensions. In fact, we can do much better than those pensions as independent provinces. But you know what? We can get those before we become independent. And then the question doesn't even come up. Now, the time's getting a little short to try and get that in Alberta before we get a chance to vote, but it doesn't matter. You start the process yesterday and keep pushing on that. And we've got to do it here. The police force, it's a common question. Well, why don't we have one? It's a great thing to point out that beautiful double standard. When Ontario has its own police force, Quebec, Newfoundland, and when Alberta does it, we're assholes. And it's true. That's how we get treated in Saskatchewan, too. There is a huge double standard in this country. Suddenly, you're secessionist jerks, you're traitors, you're this, you're that, for just wanting to do what other provinces already are. And the province that's doing it the most is Quebec. One of the things I got to respect from them, even if it's driven me nuts before, is they don't care. They don't apologize. They say we're here for Quebec. We're not here to hurt Canada either. They're just saying we're here for Quebec. We're going to do what we feel is best for Quebec. We got to start that too. Doesn't mean we want to harm Canada, but this is priority one. And you know what? If it hurts Canada when we become independent and they're really in a lot of trouble, they can apply for foreign aid and we'll see how we can help. But we've got to take on that attitude. It's an attitude we don't have right now. We've had a lot of drilled in collectivism, this notion that it has to be the whole. It's not serving us. And you know, Ontarians don't hate us. Quebecers don't hate us. It's even worse than that. You know, it's like in school and there was that girl across there and you thought, oh, she must hate me. No, the worst part, she didn't even think of you. And that's how it is when you travel out east, actually. They don't despise us. They don't even think of us. We're an afterthought. That old saying about all that matters to somebody in Toronto is what they can see from the top of the CN Tower is the truth. And there's no sense catering to them. Again, we don't need to fight with them. Just focus on what we need to do. So those are some of the things we need to do as we move towards planning. Talk a little bit about media, social media, independent media. My self-serving area, yes, that's my living these days. I was a surveyor for 20 years, somehow ended up in this. I'm not sure how that happened. But we have a whole different dynamic now that wasn't there before. And it provides us a massive opportunity, but comes with a whole pile of pitfalls as well. So with this phone, I can pick it up, I could throw out a tweet on X and infuriate 200,000 people in 30 seconds. What a power to have. I don't know if it's productive power, but it's a power to have. But nobody has won an election on Twitter, but a lot of people have lost them. This is a public broadcast, whether it's on Facebook, Twitter, all of those things. Whatever you put up there can potentially go viral. It could go viral in a good way, or it can go viral in a really bad way. And I tell you, I play the social media game a lot because it's a tool, and it's a very powerful and effective tool. But when somebody, one of my political opponents, does something wrong, I rip them to shreds with it. I feed it to them. But don't think for a second they won't do that to us either. So I play rough. I play unfair. If somebody who is a known NDP member puts something out that was just beyond the pale, and it was offensive, nasty, awful, I'm going to repost it, I'm going to write about it, and I'm going to try and smear the entire NDP with it because I'm a jerk that way. And because it works. Not everybody has to be like me on that aspect. What I'm saying is, you know, think of like your Miranda rights. Anything you say can and will be used against you. And when every one of us is now a campaigner, and every one of us is now a media producer, that's a responsibility. We can sink this. And we've got to watch our messaging, and we've got to watch for the extremists. We're not an extreme movement, but it is a radical one. Let's be blunt. We're trying to change an entire system. We're trying to change an entire country. And a radical movement will draw some crazy people. It's just the nature of it. Left, right, doesn't matter. When those ones surface, you have to quarantine them. You have to make sure that when this guy gets up there and says Hitler was right or some other insane, god-awful crap like that, and they're out there, and it might even be a plant, it might be somebody just trying to mess with your movement, but you can't silently say that that doesn't represent us. You've got to stand up and make sure everybody knows that doesn't represent you, because that's the sort of branding they're going to try and use. This wasn't as effective 30 years ago, because how do these fringe lunatics get such a wide reach? They didn't, but now they can. So that's another one of these tools we all have to work with. And younger people giving me that optimism again. I want to kind of end on an optimistic note. Why is support rising among the young? You look at the numbers. It's the only people still watching CBC and CTV for their news are my age and older. So they're getting that branded legacy media crap. Young people don't watch anything on TV anymore. They're getting it all on social media. And social media is telling them it's not filtered by Central Canada. It's not giving them that rotten message. And they're realizing they're getting a bad shake of things. And that's why they're examining something like independence. So the world is changing, and it's a good thing. But also remember, when you look at things online, we've got more access to information than any time in human history right now at our fingertips. But we've also got more access to BS than any other time. And it is, again, a responsibility. You see something that seems really odd on there, double check it before you spread it. Because it's really easy to spread incorrect rumor, and then you kind of wear some embarrassment. But it's a great, great tool. So I'll leave it at that. I'm looking forward to the question and answer and things like that. And I know Saskatchewan has been the heart of populist movements before. It was, 82 years ago when you guys elected the CCF to its first government in Canada. And I think I can finally forgive you now. But it was an indication, though, it still was a populist movement, even if misguided, and it made sense to people at that time. And it's another warning for us. Movements can begin with the best of principles and the best of goals and the best of intentions, but they do evolve or they do devolve, and those roots from the original CCF ended up with David Eby, Rachel Notley, and Jagmeet Singh. And every other movement will become stale and become problematic later too. But that's why we always have to be active. We always have to be engaged. We have to turn over the bad. And we're gonna get independent, guys. I'm looking forward to you guys being right next to us when we vote to go and we make history. So thank you very much.
Lots of great nuggets. Thank you very much. Just before I introduce our next speaker, we're going to give him about 15 or 20 minutes to share a little bit of his perspective, and then we're going to get into the Q&A. I've had the opportunity, I didn't share too much about my own journey because I want to let the others, but I just want to share, I've been working with First Nations people. I was one of the first mental health counselors working in communities, First Nations communities, supporting and empowering them in 1995. So I'll let you do the math. I have lots of friends that are Indigenous. I'm having lots of really interesting conversations with those folks. And I'm just really honored and glad to have Jason come and share his perspective, because we are reaching out to talk to First Nations people. And what are they saying? What's important to them? And what do they think about an independent Saskatchewan? So with no further ado, I want to welcome Jason up to the podium. Come on up and share a few words with us and your perspective. Let's welcome Jason. One, two, check.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jason. Nice to meet you. First off, let's get rid of division. There is no us and them. There is no First Nations and settlers. Let's just say that. The question is, why am I saying it? Right? And if I can get you to do a certain act with me, so right, if you feel uncomfortable, don't participate, but I'll get everybody to just stand up, turn to one another and say, you are the answer. Next, I'll have you turn to one another and say, are you sovereign? Now I got a question. Are you Canadian? It's a deep, deep question, because in your hearts and minds you are, and you're discovering what is it to be Canadian. And here's where my perspective comes from. As a First Nations man, under an imposed system, an empirical system. Does that make sense? Are you a country as it stands? You can sit. It's okay. Well, if you're not a country, what are you? Oh, dumpster fire. So, you're a colony in a British system, an empirical system. And I was asked to help. Brad's heard me speak one night in Lipton, and he said, join the team. And I said, I'll come and help you. Right? There's no time for egos. Why is there no time? Because we don't have any time left. There's no time for division. And I'll tell you this much. I'm here to speak about the Indian Act. Why is that? And I'm going to tell you why. That empirical system that was imposed on the First Nations people has been extended to you. You are my answer. I can't go to my chiefs because my chiefs are under the imposed system of the Indian Act. What does that mean? They're fake. Just like your leaders who are there to represent you, I guess partly myself as well. They're fake. Why are they fake? Because they're under a fake system. In Alberta, you have the chief saying, well, you can't have that, you can't leave because of treaties. Well, let me throw this out there. Can an agent of Canada represent Canada? Can a fake Canadian representative represent a First Nation that is sovereign? No, because the Indian Act is an imposed system, and chiefs that represent their people are in an incorporated system called Canada, in a colony under the King, King George III. Okay. Does that ruling stand then? Because they're not representing me, and they're not coming from a place of true sovereignty. What does it take to be a sovereign? Well, they made treaties with us. So those treaties let you know at one time, without the Indian Act, the tribes and their territories were sovereign. But they had an imposed system because they don't want the treaties recognized, and they don't want sovereignty to their subjects. What are you? Are you sovereign? I want you to believe you're sovereign. That's where it starts. I am no longer going to be imposed upon. You have to know in here. Sovereignty comes from in here. And that British system is not the American system, and we are not Americans. Because we think, because of the media and the movies and just socialization, that we have some kind of representation and we have some kind of freedom. We don't. I'll tell you why. Under the British system, you are guilty until you're proven innocent. See, the Americans, they got out of that system and said, no. That imposed system has to change. You have to, as a ruling class, prove my guilt, because otherwise you can do what they did to Tamara. See, Tamara, I told you I'd bring you into this. Imposed system for standing up to be a sovereign, saying no to power, and speaking truth to power. You can't subjugate me. Oh, well, let me show you. Watch this. I'll invoke an act. I'll invoke the act in the name of the king. You don't know that because they don't tell you that, but everything's subject back to the monarchy. Why do you think the Aboriginal leaders ran to England? Why do you think King George came over here? Why do you think he met with Trump before he came here? It's an act. I'm showing the world Donald Trump and the Americans are actually sovereign, so I got to come and meet with another sovereign. And then I'm going to come over here and tell you you're my subjects. You are my hope. You're my Father's hope. And my people don't know it yet. But if they want sovereignty, they're going to have to join. Because they're under an imposed system. And let me tell you, yeah, it's going to get tough. But just imagine being an Aboriginal back in the day and you're saying, where are all these systems coming from? Why are we coming under this control? What are we going to do? How are we going to survive this? Running for your lives across the plains, you're not there yet. You have a chance now. Why am I saying that? You had our leader, Mark Carney, stand up and say, welcome to the New World Order, basically. Nice and slow. But I'm going to tell you something. That order is already in existence. I'm building on top of your frameworks that everyone just spoke on tonight. I'm building on a framework of what you presented because you know in your heart, I'm a sovereign. You stood up, right? Okay. Sorry, your name's Mitch, right? I was going to call you Michael. You are it. Individually, you have to know. What is the existential question for humanity in this epoch? Sovereignty. Why is it sovereignty? Because there's an imposed system, that Indian Act system, where a representative of the king will rule over you in a reserve system. I don't want to tell you welcome to the reserve, but welcome to the reserve. Outlaws. Why? Because of sovereignty. They can't have a contending sovereign. Did they want the Americans to go? No, they don't. And they're trying to continuously take that sovereignty, those 1% elite. But they have laws and systems built off something, and that specific something is the old kingdom of England. What is it? How is that statement said? The sun never set on the British Empire. That old framework is what they're building globalization on. The roots of colonialism and how to subjugate a people group has been wargamed. It happened to the First Nations people first. They got to get you off the land. Settlers, you have an inheritance. You built your farms. You built your lives here. You built the province. You have an inheritance. But it's subject to a monarch. It's subject to a sovereign. And they look at you as subjects. And they're saying you're obsolete. Why are they saying you're obsolete? Because the economy, that economic system is collapsing. And they don't need you to occupy those lands anymore. They're a breakaway civilization. What am I saying? They're a technocratic elite. Their new power and sovereignty will come from their technology. They will force you into 15-minute cities, and those 15-minute cities are just reserves. And if you look at the reserve system and the Indian Act system, it's the same. Who said that? Somebody said it. It's the same damn thing. Is that what I heard? It's the same damn thing. And they'll sell it to you as a Green New Deal, or we have to watch our carbon footprint or whatever. No, it's not. They need the middle class out of the way because you have a certain amount of sovereignty and you're losing it. And you have to find a way to keep it. And I'm all for it. I'm here to fight with you. I'm here to speak and represent. But the reason is, somebody already said it, our ancestors went to war, and I'm here to preserve freedom. If you don't, what's coming is much worse. You will live on a reserve. It'll be technocratic. An AI Indian agent will monitor everything you do. You won't be able to leave without a pass system. It'll be a digital ID. What did King George do? What did he declare in Parliament? My ministers will be implementing the digital ID system. He declared it as a sovereign. Are we in the Commonwealth? Unfortunately, on the books, you are in the Commonwealth. I am in the Commonwealth. And I'm here to tell you, look at the reserve system, look at the pass system. My family's been fighting for 150 years against an imposed system and fake chiefs that are sellouts, that'll gain money, and are double agents that represent Canada for ill-gotten gain. Now, I've been awake to this because my family is a political family, and around the table, growing up, it was all about sovereignty, nation to nation, treaty rights. Okay, so I've gotten this for a long time. The problem I'm having is that at one point or some point in our history, in this epoch, they move forward to start eradicating not just the Indian people because of sovereignty, but you. They want you out of the way. Why? To assert their dominance, their sovereignty, and have a subject or subjects. An imposition, I think one of you guys, I think it was, sorry, I forgot your name. Dwayne mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, am I correct? Somebody did at one of these systems or events. The first tenet on the Guidestone is to reduce humanity by 500,000 to a manageable 500 million people. Now that's a declaration. Well, that's a declaration from who? And those stones are written in 4 ancient languages, in the 4 cardinal directions, on the Cherokee center of the world. If you don't know that, the Cherokee place where they put that, they considered that a holy place in the center of their world. But it's an imposement. You look at a parliament building. It's a structure that's imposed. It's an imposed system. It's meant to make you go, there's power here under this sovereign. But I'm going to tell you, I represent a kingdom, and I do represent a king. I'm not Pierre Poilievre. I don't represent His Majesty King George III as a political party. But I do represent a king. His name is Jesus. And under his name, and his authority, I implore you. I implore you. Dig deep for that God-given sovereignty that he gave you. Adam in Hebrew. Sorry to say this, but I don't want to get religious. Okay? Adam means red man. Why is that? Red man, from the clay of the ground that was red, was constructed, given life with the breath of God, and given sovereignty over this planet. You're in a war. You're in a war for sovereignty, and you have since day one. There is a jealous entity out there that did not want you to have your place in this world. And if he can subjugate you under a 1% elite, that's what he'll do and is doing. And I'm here to ask you, because you're my hope, stand up and be sovereign. Can you? Are you? What did they tell us during COVID? We're all in this together. You can sit. You can sit. I don't like being... you are standing up. But I don't want to be up here elevated. I want to be down there. Because it isn't me or Brad, sorry, I'm forgetting names, or anyone else that's going to be able to do this. I can motivate you. But it's you. Yeah. You the people. It's dystopic, isn't it? Because they have the technology now to subjugate you in any way they want. They can take your DNA and transfer that into a digital system and create whatever they want. They can do that. It's getting crazy. I would call it dystopic. 1984. George Orwell. What's the answer to 1984? Sovereignty. I'm going to shout back another number. 1776. Now, I don't want to be an American. I kind of am an American because half my tribe's split. There is no border for us. So yes, I guess I'm American. But I'll tell you, you're going to have to get the spirit of 1776. I want to represent it from a First Nations perspective, but I can't tell you because we didn't win. You look at the Sioux tribe, they fought, they won a specific battle against Custer, and that's it. And now they're subjects. They are on a reserve, held as prisoners of war. The question is why? That tribe, half of it's up here in Canada. That tribe has no treaties. The question is why? Because that tribe stood up. It won against an imposing system. But for the Americans, the sovereignty lies in you're conquered. That's an awful truth for First Nations people, but it's a truth. Okay? They're going to attack. But just remember, you're not running across the plains. There's nobody firing guns at you yet. and somebody speaks a little bit of an awful word to you, they're not shooting yet. They're not scalping you yet. I don't mean to make this sour after our other note speaker, but it's that important. I'm telling you, and we don't have much time because they are imposing that system. And you're under the sound of my voice, but you're easy to convince because you already know. Now we have to let everybody else know. What does it mean to be sovereign? You're the answer. You're the answer. I want to impart that heart to you because it's in you. Your ancestors came here to escape tyranny. Let that flow out of you. Just know you have it in you to escape tyranny. It's there. It's winnable. I heard it was winnable today. Is it winnable, Brad? Okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm not important. My ideas are important. You're important. You're not catching this. You as a total group getting up and getting a warrior spirit and a spirit of 1776. That's the important thing. You have to stand up and you have to raise your voice. It's in me to speak like this, but it's got to be in you to enforce it. Okay, guys, thank you for listening.
All right, we're going to gather up the speakers because we're going to do our final Q&A. So if the speakers want to start making their way to the front, and we'll just do some chairs up here. We're going to have a wireless mic. So if you have some questions or comments, if you just want to line up down the center aisle, I'm going to be your mic runner and run that mic to people. We want you to speak on the microphone so you can be heard. It is being recorded, so that's part of it as well. But we want everybody to be able to hear the Q&A part. So just while we're getting some chairs together, I just wanted to also share with you that this is being recorded, and it is going to be up on Freedom Calendar through YouTube. So if you just search YouTube Freedom Calendar, we're not releasing it till next Wednesday because we want a few more ticket sales in Regina tomorrow. All right. We want you took the effort to buy a ticket and get out here like the people in Regina and Swift Current. And so we are going to share this information through there, and then we'll have it up in a link on our SPP webpage later on as well. So so it is being recorded. You can watch it later or share it with your friends or whatever, however you want to use that to share the message. I also got to warn you, with me being as an SPP member, my brother Ian is also, and our last name is Cameron, and we come from a long line of Scottish Gaelic warriors. So we do have a bit of that warrior spirit that I must admit got stirred up a little bit more in me in this afternoon. So, freedom! No, I'm not painting my face half blue yet, if you know that movie, but all right. So 2 mics that they can share, and I will run with the questions. I'm just going to hand this off to... All right, we got our first question. Fire away.
For start off, you guys are beyond amazing, and we should stand up and give another round of applause for you guys. Like, wow, warriors. A couple of the speakers had talked about constituency organizations within the political realm. And that is so important. If we don't get involved in politics, we're in deep, deep trouble. And I know it's most people don't want to do it. I'm not sure if you people are aware, there's a group in Saskatchewan called Unified Grassroots. And they actually have Zoom meetings that they put on in what you should be doing when you go to your constituency meeting. It's actually quite a simple process. Most people think, well, the provincial AGM is so tough to go to because there's too many people and you got no say. The constituency meetings have 15 people maybe. So you take 16 people. I know in our constituency we did that and we put the people that we wanted to have in there sort of thing. It's so easy to do, but you have to do it. And thank you for those comments.
Thank you very much. Just so you know, from an SPP perspective, we've been in contact with United Grassroots. We're looking at how do we support other groups that are working towards the same goal. So we are in communication with them and chatting with them. And
So just to add to that, if I may, I'm a constituency association chair too, right now. Okay? So is Kathy. Kathy was.
I got fired.
She got fired.
I found out I was a separatist.
that seems to happen a lot, Kathy. I'm picking up a theme there.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
That's a good thing.
So how I got to be a CA chair was I decided that I was going to be that, and I rounded up 300 or 400 of my supporters in my area. I pre-picked a board of 30 people. I went to the meeting with all my people, and they voted us all in, and then we became one of the top 3 or 4 constituency association boards in Alberta for the last 4 or 5 years. I bring more people to the AGM than any board in Alberta, and I have since I started. And so just understand that I'm doing this at this level, but I also know how important that is, and that allows me to do this in a much better way than I could do it without that. So just saying.
And also to add to that, although I got fired, I didn't get voted on the next time because there was a plan, right? It's politics, game it out. What was funny is I still got voted onto the board, even though it wasn't as president. And now it sounds like there's some rumors that some people are going, this board's getting a little too independence-minded for me, and the resignations are coming in. So even if you did not get onto whatever position you wanted, hold your ground. Hold your ground. Hold the line. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
That's the joy of being your own sound guy. You run your own microphones and stuff. We are in Saskatchewan here. This is not my neck in the woods. Definitely not. One of my questions I was asking is because we have this sort of legal framework here in Alberta. Well, here. My brain's still in Alberta, don't you know that? And so we have Bill 14, Bill 54, and all those things. What is the legal pathway, or perhaps the legal block? What is actually preventing the legal framework to start a referendum here in Saskatchewan? Maybe this is a question for Brad as well.
Yikes. Well, how do I put this diplomatically? We had been working with some other groups, and we were told certain things, and now we're not so sure that those certain things were actually factual. So we have decided that as our group, we are now working and talking to, like I've spoken with Bruce Party, for example. He's a constitutional lawyer. And I do have a whole bunch of other constitutional lawyers on our list that we'll be getting a hold of, and I'm hoping Mitch will help me connect with a few of those. And I also have a few other connections through some of the podcasters like Jason Levy, and probably Cory might be able to help me get in contact with a few people. But there's the other side of that. There's the Saskatchewan part. So basically, we were told there is no referendum pathway. It sounds like there actually is. It's just that it's very hard to obtain. So you want to just add to what you found, Dwayne?
Well, and it's updated. Our own Saskatchewan electoral body has done a deep dive in 2019 and released a report. You can find it online very easily. And we're in the midst of digging through that to just understand, and we hope to talk to the people who wrote that report to say what's the problems with the Saskatchewan pathway and what's the solutions? How do we fix that? From just even reading that, if the government did propose a referendum question, we need to have 60% to say yes. That's right out of this document. And we need to have 51% of the eligible voting population out to vote. Well, I did a little bit of Google foo, and at our last election, we had 42% of the Saskatchewan eligible voters out. So it just creates that high bar. But how to get that question and get the referendum is still a little bit murky, so we're working on getting a clear direction and understanding, and then we'll communicate that as we go forward. Because part of the problem is out there is there's so many misinformation. So we're doing some due diligence and just really investigating a little bit more on what is the pathway, and then we'll communicate more about what we discover.
Yeah, because I mean, it sounds like there's a pathway. It's just not a very easily obtainable pathway. And we don't want to be wasting our time and your time on going on one direction, because we were told, like this is the direction to go. And doing our own research and talking to a few other people, we're finding out that, wait, maybe not. Maybe there is a better way to go about this. So we will be working very hard on that. That's why our number one focus right now is to get that pathway figured out. And whatever it is, that's what we're going to focus on. That's what we're going to go hard on. And that's, this isn't going to be, as Mitch said, this is not going to be easy. No matter where you are in this country, they do not want anybody to, get out from underneath that crown and that control. But all we have to need is numbers. It always comes back to numbers, and I've said that right from day one. If you've been to my very first town hall, I've always said if we don't have 50% plus one person in this province that's on our side, we aren't going anywhere. So what's our job? Educate people, get them on board, because there is absolutely not one benefit for us to remain in Confederation. I've yet in a year to have anybody give me one reason. But you've heard how many good reasons there is to leave, and there's so many reasons. And it's about our freedom and our future. So we will get that answer, because that's number one priority for us. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So just so you know, Quebec's turnout at their independence elections was 95%. So 60% turnout for the vote is not going to be an issue, and I really believe 60% is really attainable. So I wouldn't be discouraged by either one of those things, and we're anticipating in Alberta 90 to 95% support too, because we know that there's many Albertans that didn't vote because they didn't think they had to, because there's no reason to. And we're seeing, from our perspective at Alberta Prosperity Project, a lot of people are going to vote here. We had just as many people scared to sign that petition because of what the repercussions from government were that said they were going to vote for us as signed it, easily. So just saying, we know we have around 1 million people already on our camp that will vote our way on this. So, and the other thing is that he alluded to the fact that, Cory alluded to the fact that Quebec has got to go and we've got to help them out. So just figure it out in your head what happens, even if Alberta doesn't win, which I believe they will. But if Alberta doesn't win and Quebec goes, all of a sudden we have a whole bunch more influence in Canada. So just FYI.
One more quick thing just on that is I think when you're talking with your friends, relatives, whoever, there's a difference between a referendum and a citizen-led petition. Like United Grassroots has worked hard on getting a citizen-led petition, and they're working on that, but it carries no legal binding authority. So just keep it simple when you're talking to your friends, right? We can do a petition, because we've had people wanting us to start one right away, and we just don't want to waste our time. We want to make sure that we're using our energy and our resources in a wise way. Why we're not doing a petition at the moment is because United Grassroots is already working on that. If you want to do that, support them. It doesn't hold any legal binding authority to act with the government. It suggests that, but what the government does, they have no authority to act on that. So that's one of the reasons why we're exploring the different options and go from there.
Hi, thank you, all of you, for everything you've done. I could go on, but right now what I'm stuck on is once a politician is elected into office, then he or she has to swear allegiance to the crown. So how are we going to get past that? And that was actually, I wondered about that all my life. And it was a Dr. Daniel Nagassi. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He spoke at a rally in Vancouver. And he gave me the answer I've been looking for years. You know, that's why they do an about face. You might elect them in, and they've got good ideas, good principles, but then they do an about face because they swear allegiance to the crown. Help me on this one. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to hit quickly, the crown is sort of an outdated term, and you can kind of substitute almost the word government or state, because just to clear up, because people talk about that with crown land and the provinces and things like that too, and they say, well, King Charles owns it. No, it's actually provincial jurisdiction. Crown is just the old term for it. The problem with the politicians, it doesn't matter who they swear allegiance to, they're not swearing the allegiance to the voters. And the only way to deal with that is to fire them and keep firing them and keep firing them until one of them wants to keep a job longer than 4 years. Well, yeah, we got to change the system as well, but in the immediate term. But the swearing of allegiance to the crown, it's a symbolic thing, certainly, but crown itself is really, again, it is just a symbol at this point.
Hello. I was at the first town hall meeting in Prince Albert, Brad, and I remember First Nations lady Sylvia McAdam was there. And thank you, Jason, for reiterating what she said. We are all Indians now. And just thank you for your addition to SPP and what you brought to the sovereignty issue. There's a group also in the city, Brad knows of us. Many here in this crowd are also supportive of it. We are exploring sovereignty. But we believe because of Canada being a corporation, or rather a country, that we are already sovereign, and we can already make a constitution and be our own nation. It's not as hard as it seems. It's not the legal route, it's a lawful route. So I'd really like to talk to you after more about
I think that has yet to remain to be seen. What you're doing now is you're saying, Canada, where's your proof?
the statute of
Are
Westminster.
you a legitimate country? Colony?
Westminster, 1931.
Does the king really still have power or not? Is the crown just a symbol?
There's a difference between the monarch and the crown of chancery in England.
The crown, its legitimacy will always come from a sovereign or a sovereignty. And the only proof I have for you is we look at the United States of America.
And we have very similar histories because they are also incorporated.
It's really not about the history, it's about winning sovereignty.
But as you say, we are already sovereign.
And so the proof will be in the pudding in the days to come. We'll see who has what or say over what. Denmark was in question. Trump went there and the Denmark government said, well, you didn't read the fine print. We're still the owners of Denmark. We still have sovereignty over Denmark. So here's another little bit of history. René Lévesque, he ran to France. Give us some sovereignty. And France said, I'm sorry, you're under another imperial power. You'll have to go back there and deal with that on your own. So there's something about the old family bloodlines retaining legitimacy and the hidden hand that you're seeing coming against you. There's some real power back in those old family bloodlines, and they still retain legitimacy. The proof is yet to be seen. All I can say is we're all in this together. You're going to have to assert your sovereignty. You'll have to come under out of an imposed system. That's my opinion. We'll have to back that up, and then we'll have to see what actually happens at the end of all this. And that's all I really have to say on it.
Can I just add, the constitutional lawyers, would they not have known that Canada is a corporation rather than a country?
90% of Canadians feel we're a constitutional monarchy, and we have to work within the system we live under. I understand that Canada is a corporation theory, but it's not one that we have the time or the ability to convert the mass majority. We're working within the confines of what we have now.
They are traded on Dun and Bradstreet, though. You are aware of that.
Incorporation number is 000930028.
Here's the thing. We've gone down and around and around and around on this next door as well. There are no shortcuts. There really are no shortcuts. I wish there was, but there is not. If you can find a handful of constitutional lawyers willing to take this on and take it all the way up to the Supreme Court, that will prove you have something. But in the 7 years that I've been involved in this, not one will touch it. So that's where it's at. You've got to find a constitutional lawyer or a team of them who's willing to go down this trail with you. And until then, we have what we have, we've got to work with what we've got, and away we go. So that's what I would encourage you to do, is go and find those lawyers and then take it from there, and that's it. But for where we sit right now, we've got to be answering other questions, because in next door, that has gone to nothing.
Yeah, I was curious how it was next door. We will not be using constitutional lawyers. We don't want to use any lawyers. So I just want to let people know that there's another pathway being explored here in Saskatchewan, and I think we are gaining numbers also. So I like your experience. I thank you for your input, but I'll be over at the Druthers table if anybody has any questions on this pathway. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd just like to add something to that. I've been going down this path with the Statute of Westminster for 3 or 4 years, okay? We live in a lawless society. They don't follow the rules. We just went through that in court right just a minute ago with the court case that we went through with Aboriginal people. It's right in the Constitution of Canada that says this does not infringe on Aboriginal rights at this stage. And they completely ignored it. So just understand that. That's the first thing. The second thing that you got to understand, if you're ever going to incorporate any of this, it's after you win the vote to take the next step to get free. That's when it's going to happen. Then we can talk about the Statute of Westminster, because Ireland declared independence using the Statute of Westminster. But you have to win the vote first, and then after that you can find a way out, whether it's Constitutional Conference, whether it's Statute of Westminster, whatever you want to use, other things that will declare, other nations recognizing you, all of that stuff will get you there. But the whole thing is you got to win the vote first. There's no shortcuts there.
Well said.
So you and I have had some conversations before about this. It would take us, in my opinion, 10 years at least for us to educate people in this province what it would mean to become sovereign and go through the common law and the different jurisdiction. Now, I agree with Mitch 100% that we got to get to that place where we actually are an independent nation, and that's the time we want to have that conversation. But for us, we have to be very focused. We know that the shortest, in our opinion, our shortest path to this is when we have the numbers and we vote to get Ottawa the heck out of Saskatchewan, Alberta. That's how we're going to get there. So, I'm having enough trouble trying to get somebody to understand. Look at your paycheck. Could you imagine instead of paying that, $1,000 come off your check, it's only $500. What can you do with that extra $500 every 2 weeks? I'm having trouble getting people to understand the concept of that. How the heck are we going to explain common law to them and maritime law and go through all that? It takes a couple of years for most people to understand that. So I'm going to say this again to your group. Please stop coming to our events to promote this. If you want to promote that, we will support you. do your own town halls, make your own group, and we'll be behind you 100% of the way. But please stop coming to our events and trying to use our people, because we have to stay focused on what we're doing. This is the path we're choosing as SPP, and I'm asking you to respect that. And we will definitely support you. Thanks.
I can add to that too, just from my own experience. Now, I've recently launched a lawsuit against the Ottawa Police Services and the board. Oh yeah, I'm going to sue them. I'm suing them. But I have to do it within their system, which really sucks. Chris and I had this conversation last week. You know, what are my options? Am I going to organize a protest? Well, obviously that's not going to happen. Am I going to write my MPs and complain about the injustices perverted against me? I've wrote my MPs, I've called my MPs, I've sent emails, like it doesn't, so I'm stuck in the system. Like I can't walk into a court of law and tell the judge that she has no authority over me, or I'm going straight to the friggin' gulag. So, I mean, a lot of this sucks, but we have to work within the rules as a system that we have. And that doesn't mean we're not free, and that doesn't mean we're complacent. It means we have to be smart, and we cannot think with emotion. We need to think logically.
Hi, Angela Schmidt from Carrot River, Saskatchewan. I worked with Tamara on trying to develop a Western-based economic bloc. We went from Wexit Party to Maverick. I didn't vote for that name. I just want to let all the Saskatchewan people know. We had 3 Saskatchewan reps, but what came out of that, I have 2 questions, and this one's for Mitch, and the second one's going to be for Jason, so I'll try and be brief. What came out of our hard work from starting another federal party, which was only going to be a bloc, like the Quebec bloc, because we had some Reform Party ex-MPs on our board advising us of that, was at the end of the election, well, we did run 31 candidates from the West. We didn't win any seats, of course, but the one thing that I felt, I agree with working within the system, even though, you know, we do all want to be rebels and not fall into line, was okay. On our synopsis after the election was everybody go back to your province and push your rights as your provincial autonomy. Your own, it's all there in the Constitution. You can have your own police force. We can collect our own taxes. We don't have to send them to Ottawa and then beg for it back, and maybe they won't send back the 50% we need for our health care budget. There was, Tamara, okay, we can collect our own taxes right now. We can take our Canada Pension Plan money back. We can create our own police force. RCMP is a federal force. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. There was 5 of them. I don't remember the other 2. So that is...
Immigration is one. Control immigration is the other one.
Controlling immigration. So we have all of these things at hand.
Yeah, in Alberta is the other one.
And so, what was the last one?
Pardon me?
What was the last one?
I think employment insurance.
Employment insurance, correct. So those are all federal initiatives that we have given our provincial government. No, we have never taken our own provincial autonomy. It's right there. That was like 3 years ago. So, Mitch, my question for you is going back to us getting back on these constituency associations. I was booted from mine as well, got voted out in a very non-pleasant way. So I have experience with that, but I totally agree. We got to get back, and we have to take them over, and then we have to demand provincial autonomy. Are you able to, is that a pressure point that you're going to apply in Alberta with getting all of the independence folks engaged to push back for the UCP? Because I was also involved with Nadine Wilson in starting another political party. That's not a good idea.
So you're asking me if we're going to do it in Alberta?
Yes,
okay, so I'm going to explain to you the Alberta Prosperity. We have 200,000+ people in our contactable group. We're broken down into 87 CAs. Every one of our people is in the CA. We have 10 provincial leaders. We have regional leaders, one in every constituency association. We have chapter leaders in every town, and we go right down to the poll. So are we going after CAs? 100%. Are we going to do it in earnest? 100%. We've been distracted here for the last year, and I really did a rant on John Bolton here yesterday morning based on this. And they have sent me down 3 very serious paths that I actually did a whole bunch of work on. I did 100 town halls for Alberta Pension. Then the Alberta Bill of Rights, which they threw me under the bus on, which we did, and we also did that. I brought thousands of people to the AGM to support Danielle Smith based on the fact that we were going to have gun rights on that, and then they did not give us gun rights. We still have not got them. And now this is the third part of it. They told us that we could have, so just understand how devious this is. They knew that we had 250,000 intent to sign, okay? So they came out with this citizens initiative that had a threshold of 177,000. So they knew full well that we know that we can get 177,000 signatures because we got 250,000 people on a list. So they gave us 4 months to do it, started it in the middle of winter. Now here's the deal. We went out there, got 301,000 signatures, according to the way they wanted us to do it. Got that all done. Now they're asking us, they're telling us now that they're not going to take our signatures, and they're going to make us ask a question to our people, see if we actually want a referendum after doing all that. But what is the big picture? The big picture is there's an election in the spring. So they're going to kick the can down the road till the end of October, run that into January, February, can't have a referendum vote in the year of an election, and then they're going to tell us that you have to vote for us because if we don't win, you're not going to get your referendum. That's exactly what they just did to us. So that's why we're going to get involved with our CAs, because I was one of the 22 CAs that fired Jason Kenney. We did 22 identical motions from constituency associations to trigger a special general meeting in Alberta, and that's what we're going to chase down now. And what the special general meeting is going to be about is still to be determined, whether it's going to be about leadership, whether it's going to be about bringing the question to the front. But we will have the power to do it until and unless they take it away from us, which I'm sure they're aware that they're very, very vulnerable at that level. So yeah, I think there's a chance to take it away from us. So that was an extended answer of what you asked, but yes, we're chasing down constituency associations, especially now after what happened on Thursday night.
Can I take a stab at this one? So then the way to do what you're asking and what Mitch is explaining is the end game is when you get involved in those constituency associations, you can put in policy submissions, right? Before every year, every party has an AGM. And so every constituency association can put in policy submissions, sorry. And the more constituency associations whose names are on those policies, the more power that has. So you guys get together and you talk to other people that you know around the province that are in the different associations, and you say, well, let's put a policy on pension. Let's put a policy on this. Let's put a policy on that. And then you buy your ticket to go to the AGM, and you go to the AGM and you vote on those policies. And then you bug the snot out of your MLA and your premier to say, well, what are we doing with this? We got an 85% pass on this one, and there's 4 different CAs that want it done. Show me what's going on. And you bug and bug and bug and bug and bug. And that's how you get it done. And that's the power of a CA. Regular person does not have that ability to do it. So you got to get in there. And you've got to make sure your numbers are big. You have to make sure your numbers are big. When 5,000 and 6,000 people descend on that UCP AGM, that gets attention. I would like to see that number doubled at the next one after the garbage that we're going through right now.
Yeah. This one in November is going to be very uncomfortable. If I was in Saskatchewan and I was on a CA board, what would be the #1 policy that I would ask for? Referendum Act. Yeah. That's a no-brainer. Like, Referendum Act is what you need here. Just go to the government, especially if your party's in government, Referendum Act, number one thing, and then just hammer at them. That would be my course.
And find out exactly how they want it written, how they want that policy submission written, so that they can't chuck it. Right? Don't give them anything. So if they say, okay, well, we want it in this format with this number over here and this letter over here and 7 signatures at the bottom and blah, 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 just do it. If it sounds dumb, doesn't matter. Just do it. Don't give them any reason to put it in the shredder.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Great guidance for us. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. But we got a long way to go, but everybody here, you know, can get involved as they see fit. Jason, I just totally agree with everything you said. Two-part question now. Can we get First Nations involved in constituency associations? And how do we get this message out to First Nation peoples in our province?
Can you repeat that, please?
How can we get the more First Nations like you and get the message out about Saskatchewan Prosperity Project and independence and sovereignty?
Okay, I'll answer that.
Yep.
Just do exactly what I just did.
Keep talking.
Just do what I did. You're under an imposed system. You're still under the Indian Act. That imposed system is going to get worse under a digital AI system. And now everybody's going to the reserve. So your only way out of that is to become sovereign. So we have to join together. There's just no way out of that. So exactly like that. If you can present that, just how I presented it to you. Now convincing them, I don't know. I don't know how you would do that. All I can say is if something's resonating with you in your own heart and spirit of what I said, that'll have to happen with them. So it's more of an impartation. I'm more of an intuitive guy than I am, say, a logical guy. Oh, I can think logically, no doubt about it. But there's something more to this. We're in an epoch and time where something's happening that's very spiritual and I think has to do with control, right? And so although we're comfortable right now, you're seeing other nations like Ireland rising up because they're oppressed. We don't really feel it. We still got some comfortability. That's going to come to an end, right? The colonization process, you look at the tribes that were put on reserves, they were put together with other tribes that inherently were at war. They couldn't get along, and that was to keep them focused on each other. So if you're having 60 million Indians from India come here and your culture's different, that's on purpose. They play the same game over and over and over. The war game, and what they learned from subjugating First Nations people and people in India, they're just imposing it on you. It's a real thing. It happens. And you can go looking throughout history. You can go to the Roman Empire. You can use the English Empire because they're using it now. We're actually in it. Just because we're comfortable and normalized to reserves, that's not normal. That's not freedom. That's an imposed system. Our freedoms were taken. We couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't utilize the land. We couldn't hunt our buffalo herd. They were farmers, just not the European way, right? The herd was allowed to go back and forth in a natural order, and they hunted that herd. They were cowboys. They were really cowboys. And that was their herd. So we have to look at things differently. Respond knowing that maybe in an intuitive level they'll catch it. If they've really been talking about it, they got it. A lot of them like the handout, unfortunately, right? And some people want communism. You may have people in Saskatchewan going, you actually know I want the handout. I want a universal income. I want to be controlled. but where does that take you? And it's going to become dystopic. So try to sell them and buy them in on this sovereignty issue. You may not be able to catch all of them because they were born into that system and they like the easy road. Unfortunately, it's death. It really is. And we're all headed there if we don't do something about it. That's my answer. I don't know if there was a second part to your question.
Well, the other thing is that we're fortunate to have Max here tonight, and that was one of the best talks that I've ever heard at an event, and I've been to 400 of them. So that was a very emotional, very concise, very to the point, and we've got it all recorded. So the beauty of that is that we'll be able to edit it and we can put it out to our people, because as far as an Aboriginal person is concerned, he's got no borders. So he can speak to Aboriginal people all over the nation, and he will definitely give him the opportunity to speak to people in Alberta based on that, and maybe in the future based on other things. So that is the way I see that.
We have an SPP gift for you. Make sure you get it at the table on the way out. We have a little bit of merchandise. You have a choice there of a hat or a coffee mug, whatever you want. We decided to spend a little bit of money on that and gifting you on the way out the door. So we have enough time for another question.
There is something in Saskatchewan that happened in the last year that is quite inspirational. Nutrien is a company, the largest potash producer in Saskatchewan. They made a decision that trying to get potash to the West Coast was not an efficient system. Probably wasn't going to work. So they went down and they're building a wharf and a warehouse for that on the West Coast of the United States. That's a major improvement. And I suggest that Daniel Smith, talking about, well, can we get an oil pipeline from in Alberta to the West Coast? What we've just seen in British Columbia, that chaos with 137% of the land in jurisdictional chaos is there for a purpose. And Leighton Gray, the lawyer from Cold Lake, says that's because Ottawa wants to make the whole province into an Indian reserve, basically. So what I think Alberta should be doing, and Scott Bessent, the second most powerful man in America, said they're good with that. Alberta, pipeline down to the south, cross the 49th, and take it to the West Coast, and you've got power like you've doubled your power.
Yeah, so we want to get our product to market and bypass Ottawa whenever possible. By all means, get it down there, send it south. Just to expand a bit on the Alberta issue, though, particularly with bitumen and things like that, the worst position you can be in a business is having only one customer, and that's where we're sitting. So we're selling at a discount, and the Americans are a wonderful ally and customer and friend, but until we can access world markets, which is really where the beef is, we're going to be selling at a discount and losing our product for not as much as we should be getting for it. So that's post-independence, we would have a heck of a lot more leverage getting to every coast with our products. So we should be going south, but we should be going east, west, north, every possible direction, because we really need to broaden our customer market for every product, not just oil.
We'll create a business plan for that. Okay, one last question. He said he's going to keep it to 30 words or less so that we can get you out here close to on time. Here it is.
Jason, thanks for acknowledging Jesus is King. You also mentioned artificial intelligence coming up, and with digital currency and all this stuff coming along. Isn't that going to be the next step of enslavement for our people?
I didn't catch the tail end of that, something about enslavement.
Isn't this artificial intelligence and digital currency and numbers, digital us being digitalized basically going to be the next step to total enslavement with the New World Order?
Yeah, you're in a money economy that actually enslaves you, right? So when I hand you a paper bill, it's credit. Paper is no value. It's not a real asset, right? So real assets are what give you sovereignty in life right now. It gives you the ability. So you work, you buy assets, you get a certain amount of sovereignty and freedom. Fiat money, right, is an IOU, and that's controlled by the Rothschild banking system. I think everybody knows about that. So you're really not buying or purchasing anything. You're already kind of in that credit system, and you're in the enslavement. You're in a debt system, and you're a debt slave. That's why you have to keep working and working and working. So is it the next level to your enslavement? Yes, right? It's the absolute step, and that's absolutely taking your autonomy. You'll have no brain. You won't be able to buy or sell without that system. And just like a reserve system and just like the Indian Act, to get rid of our sovereignty, okay, they imposed a system. You can join the Canadian economy if you give up your treaty. That's how it was done, right? So, but we're going to impose this system on you. You're going to be absolutely impoverished. But if you want out of that, you can come to our system, okay? And they're going to do the same thing. So that war game is already there. Oh, you want freedom? You want to be able to buy and sell in our economy? Well, you'll have to take this digital ID plan and system, and eventually it'll end up, I believe now they have the capability to take a chip, enhance it with biology, and actually implant it into you biologically. So it'll grow in there. So I don't know if Neuralink and all those things, what they can and can't actually do. I've heard it said that military only lets you know how much they've have in their technology 60 years in advance. But how far advanced are they? Could be 100 years, could be 1,000 years. There's some really weird things going on the planet if you're keeping your eye on it. If they are saying you're obsolete as settlers, and we don't need you to occupy the land to keep it sovereign, that means they absolutely think that they can. Why do they think that? Now, I can only produce conjecture, right? But again, you'll see in the coming days the abilities of what they can and can't do. And it's going to be pretty amazing, I think. You'll have to know and make a stand and say no to what's coming and be sovereign. Again, we don't have much time. You got to catch this. It's more of an impartation than it is instructional.
You lost your voice, Brad.
Yeah, good thing, eh? I can kind of add to that. So you asked the question, is AI the end of all for us? That's a really broad topic, which I'm quite aware of, but I'm going to try to make this really short and sweet. I want you to ask yourself the question, if you wanted to have communism and take over the entire planet, what do you need? You need to take out the Western nations. You need to make people have them in poverty and basically get rid of your middle class people, get rid of that income, because you want them to be dependent. So you always ask yourself the question, if you were them, how would you obtain that? If you create the problem, and of course, they come and they offer the solution. Think of the immigration. They bring all these people in. They bring in 15 million people. We don't build 15 million houses for these people. And all of a sudden, our prices our houses go through the roof. We can't afford it, right? This is all part of the plan. So you go and do the research on the C40 cities, which has already been mentioned. Digital ID and CBDC, centralized digital bank currencies like crypto, except it's done instead of your paper money, it's now done through the government, through the central banking system of the Rothschilds, and it's done through digitally only. It's programmable. They can shut it off at any time. Right now, as we speak, there is somebody who is currently working for the Canadian government, and they're actually building a social credit score system app that we're all going to be using very soon. You put those things together, do your research, and you'll figure out that it will be the end all. If we go along with digital ID, particularly because that's the main core ingredient everything functions off of, we are done. And that's why it's so important for us in Saskatchewan, Alberta, to get Ottawa the hell out of here, because that's the only way we can shut that stuff down. And most people out there are totally oblivious to. That's the other thing we got to wake them up to. So I hope that answers your question a little more on that side of it.
Well, this conversation comes up next door as well. And one of the things that we talk about quite a bit is having an Alberta dollar, right? What dollar are you going to use? What dollar are you going to use? And for us, it's like, okay, well, using the American dollar makes the most amount of sense. They're our largest trading partner. It'll just be easier that way. However, there's also a very strong recognition that if we want to maintain our own sovereignty, our own power, we need to have our own dollar. So my thinking is that we do this together, and then we become our own country together. We could just have like a Saskatchewan dollar, and then we could still trade with one another with something in our hands, and no matter what the rest of the world does, we're still okay. We're still fine. Now, if you want to still buy stuff on Amazon, that's your own doing. But as far as within ourselves and keeping ourselves safe from some of those outside influences, these are the conversations you need to start having, is having your own dollar and making sure that you are in charge of it. And it's really fun to have those conversations. It's actually fun to geek out on. It really is. There's barter system. Well, that's just it, right? Like, they shut us all down in all of those mandates, and then had the audacity to get mad at us because we created this underworld of commerce. And it's like, well, it's your own fault. You had me like 5 minutes from being able to buy groceries. What did you expect me to do? And it completely prepared us for having these conversations. Like, it totally backfired on them. It's awesome. So just keep talking, guys. Keep going down those trails. Keep dreaming. Keep looking at all of the possibilities, because it's endless. And it's great. And it's going to be worth the fight. I promise you that.
Thank you. I think that's a great place to leave it. We're out of time. Let's give our speakers a big round of applause for coming out and for a great afternoon. They will be hanging around for a little bit, so if you had a question that you didn't get the chance to ask, you certainly find them, and have a safe ride, travel home.
And for the record, this video will be released on Freedom Calendar's social media accounts by this. Okay, anyone here? Just looking out there. Yeah. This video will be released on its entirety on Wednesday, May 27 at 5 p.m. Which is my birthday, by the way. Of course. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that's the wireless. You just ran out of the battery.